Chapter 2459. This primal core, eccentric's confidence, stunned Zichen. Just these two auras were enough to determine that he wouldn't be able to move? Wasn't that confidence a bit too strong? However, from this, it could be seen just how important primal core eccentrics were in the martial heaven continent. The two men standing behind Wang Chuan leaped toward Zichen with joy on their faces. In midair, they shot out two beams of energy, which landed on Zichen's body and wrapped around him in layers. Seeing that Zichen wasn't resisting, the two of them relaxed. However, as soon as they reached Zichen's side, their energy beams were broken. Then Zichen stepped forward, grabbed the two of them, and directly threw them out. When Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu saw that their attention was attracted by the skeletons, they were about to quietly retreat. However, when they saw the two flying figures disappear from their sight, their faces were filled with shock as they froze in midair. What kind of background did this skeleton have to send two primal core eccentrics flying? Wang Chuan was also startled. He was also in the flying realm, but he couldn't withstand such a throw. "Courting death!" shouted the primal core eccentric. He personally charged at Zichen. As he charged, he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Powerful energy surged out, and primal core's aura was completely released. As the palm imprint descended, Zichen gently raised his hand. Danyuan's palm imprint rapidly shattered. At the same time, Zichen's hand landed on Danyuan's shoulder. Danyuan was instantly sent flying. Sent flying. Even old monster Danyuan was sent flying. Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu were shocked speechless. They hadn't expected that a random skeleton they had encountered would be so powerful. Whether it was primal core eccentrics or primal core eccentrics, Zichen hadn't killed them. In his opinion, just these two moves were enough to intimidate them. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu. He planned to follow them to the everlasting sect and see what was going on there. Die! An explosive shout rang out again. The aura of a pill weapon surged from the horizon. The original core eccentric, who had just been sent flying by Zichen, was charging at him with a pill weapon. Facing this primal core eccentric, Zichen's response was simple. He reached out, grabbed his weapon, and attacked. Uft! Old freak Danyuan stood there. What was originally his pill weapon was now piercing his chest. The powerful force pushed his body back until he was pinned to a huge rock. This prime core eccentric coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his face filled with shock. He raised a trembling finger and pointed at Zichen. "You, who are you?" Zichen naturally didn't answer him. He only glanced to look to see primal core eccentrics. At that moment, Wang Chuan's eyes were filled with terror as he turned around and ran. Primal cores, the primal core eccentrics. All that was left was the shocked Danyuan, as well as Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu, who were so shocked that they forgot to run. Zichen raised his head to look at primal core eccentrics. When the two met Zichen's soulfire, they instantly woke up from their shock and hurriedly cupped their fists in thanks to Zichen. After that, they turned and left. Compared to those people, Zichen's appearance was even more frightening. The direction they left in was the direction of the everlasting sect. Zichen followed them on the ground. The primal core eccentric watched Zichen turn and leave, a trace of joy on his face. Fortunately, the primal core eccentrics belonged to him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by a skeleton. When Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu saw that Zichen had caught up to them, their faces were filled with fear as they sped up. Zichen could only walk. He couldn't run with them, so he could only send out a spiritual message. "Don't run. Take me to your sect." A soul fluctuation spread out, and only then did the two fleeing cultivators stop. They were afraid of a skeleton that couldn't speak because it was likely to have no consciousness and a cruel temperament. But as long as it could send a spiritual message, it proved that it had consciousness and intelligence. In addition, it didn't kill them without a word. It didn't seem to be a cruel skeleton. Moreover, there were records of the skeleton race in the Wuji sect's history. When the foreign races invaded, both sides were allies. Senior wants to return to the sect with us? Zhang Chutian asked from afar. Zichen nodded. Senior, are you acquainted with our everlasting sect? Xiao Yu asked. Zichen thought for a moment and nodded again. Hearing this, the two of them were completely relieved. Xiao Yu said respectfully, Senior, please follow us. We will leave now. Zichen pointed at the two, then pointed at his feet and shook his head. The meaning was clear. He couldn't fly. The two were dumbfounded. An existence that could easily subdue a primal core eccentric couldn't fly? In fact, Zichen was also very helpless at this moment. Not only could he not fly, but he couldn't even find the direction of the everlasting sect. Because he didn't have any spiritual power, he could only rely on his perception. And this place was obviously very far from the everlasting sect. He couldn't sense it at all. Although the two were puzzled, they had to accept this reality. They landed and led Zichen to the everlasting sect. During this time, Zhang Chutian intentionally or unintentionally told the two why they were here. They found a small relic and deliberately came to explore it. But they didn't know why the news was leaked, and they were followed by Wang Chuan. Not only did they not get anything, but they were also almost humiliated by Wang Chuan. Thinking back to the previous scene, Zhang Chutian sighed. The everlasting sect used to be so glorious. I didn't expect it to decline like this. Xiao Yu also became sad. Zichen looked at the two of them and asked, How did the everlasting sect decline? Zhang Chutian sighed. It started 5,000 years ago. At that time, the everlasting sect was still the #1 sect in the martial heaven continent. Sect Master Zichen, as a heaven-defying expert, led all the experts of the world to attack the lightning divine hall. However, he didn't expect that all the experts would be annihilated. Not a single one of them walked out alive. Even without the sect master, the everlasting sect was still very powerful. The reason for its destruction started 3,000 years ago. Back then, the sect master was Nangon Onlu, and he wholeheartedly wanted to expel the devil race. On that day, Wang Feng walked out with Nangon Onlu's head, announcing the end of Nangon Onlu's era. After that, Wang Feng took control of the everlasting sect and transferred the majority of its resources to the Wang family. After that, one battle after another, the everlasting sect completely declined. Those old people from back then either left or died. Now, there isn't even a single person left. Resources are extremely scarce. Speaking of which, it's been many years since a new person joined the everlasting sect. Speaking of the everlasting sect, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu were both sad. Zichen looked at the two of them. Since the everlasting sect has declined, why haven't you left? Zhang Chutian firmly shook his head. Others can leave, but I can't, because my roots are in the everlasting sect. To tell you the truth, my ancestor is someone from the same era as Zichen. Xiao Yu's ancestor is the same, and there are other existences in the everlasting sect. It's also because of this. This is our roots, and we won't go anywhere. Your ancestor is Zhang Haoqian. He was a powerful general by Zichen's side back then. He was in existence on par with the heaven-splitting battle ape, the evil good monk, and the others. He was extremely famous in the martial heaven continent, and there were many legends about him. Speaking of his ancestor, Zhang Chutian's eyes were filled with pride. Zichen's expression changed. He hadn't thought that Zhang Chutian would be Zhang Haoqian's junior disciple. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Haoqian and Sheng Guanbing were together, it seemed like it wasn't that long ago. My father is Wu Lu. Back then, he followed sect master Zichen everywhere and was the one who established the everlasting sect. Xiao Yu proudly said. Her name was Wu Xinyu. Zichen nodded and thought of Wu Lu, who he had met in the chaotic lands. Back then, he had been the military commander of the entire group. He had been following him since the establishment of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Finally, he had come to the Everlasting Sect and held an important position. Unfortunately, when the Great Era arrived, he had advanced to the Heavenly Realm and entered the Lightning Divine Palace. It seemed that he hadn't been able to walk out alive. Senior, you should have heard of their story, right? Do you know them? Xiao Yu curiously asked. Xiao Yu, what nonsense are you saying? That was 5,000 years ago. How could Senior know them? Zhang Chutian said. Zi Qin didn't say anything. He was a bit emotional and also a bit sad. He hadn't thought that the everlasting sect that he had founded would completely decline in just 5,000 years after the deaths of these old people. 5,000 years! To mortals, it might be a few dozen reincarnations, but to cultivators, 5,000 years wasn't a long time. It wasn't like that at first, but there were too many ungrateful people. The everlasting sect had nurtured them, but they weren't grateful. In the end, not only did they leave the sect, they even took away so many of the sect's opportunities and went back to establish their own families, Xiao Yu indignantly said. In the Tianwu continent, the everlasting sect had disappeared in 5,000 years. However, there were many families that had risen up. If one were to look at the past of these families, over 90% of them had originated from the everlasting sect. If they weren't elders, then they were deacons. Internal and external problems. This should be the drawbacks and hidden dangers of a sect. Zi Qin sighed and didn't say anything else. The everlasting sect's destruction was something he hadn't expected. At this moment, he was worried about whether Su Mingyao and the other three had come out of the Lightning Divine Palace. After coming out, where did they go? Obviously, they weren't in the everlasting sect. After hurrying along, they finally arrived at the everlasting sect. Looking from afar, the everlasting sect's gate was still glorious and full of grandeur. Unfortunately, this place was no longer the same. Due to the lack of spirit veins and spirit stones to maintain the sect's protective formation, it had become a mere decoration. In the past, many saints of other races were unable to break into this place. But now anything could swagger in. Looking at the gate, he couldn't help but sigh at the power of time. Chapter 2460. How many times have I told you? This is the deadline. A cold voice came from the Wuji sect. The Green Fire sect has gone too far. This is our sect. Why should we give it to you? An angry voice rang out. Why? Of course it's because you only have a few dozen people. Isn't it a waste of resources to occupy such a large sect? The voice sounded again. The Green Fire sect has been eyeing this place for a long time. You have to give it to us, even if you don't want to. As for you people, if you have no place to go, you can stay here and guard the door for the Green Fire sect. Anyway, the Green Fire sect is powerful and ambitious. We don't care about you people. Hearing the dispute, Zhang Chutian cursed angrily and sped up his pace to rush in. Xiao Yu followed, closely behind. Zi Qin walked behind them unhurriedly. This was the sect that he had built single-handedly. He hadn't been back for 5,000 years. Now that he had returned to the Wuji sect, everything had changed. He still vaguely remembered the scene when he returned and the devil ape and the others welcomed him. The entire Wuji sect cheered for him. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Who would have thought that the huge Wuji sect would decline after 5,000 years? The originally grand and dense buildings were now extremely sparse, except for the building that represented the Wuji sect. All the other buildings were gone. He didn't know if they were destroyed by force or deliberately moved away. He sensed that the Wuji sect, which had hundreds of thousands of disciples in its heyday, only had a few dozen disciples left. At this moment, they were all gathered together to confront the two Elixir Realm cultivators. They were wearing plain clothes, and their eyes were full of anger. Except for an old woman in the Elixir Realm, the others were almost all in the true energy realm. Some were even lower than that. It could be said that Zi Qin had never seen such a shabby cultivator since he started cultivating. In the entire sect, Only the Elixir Realm cultivator had a spirit ring. There were even fewer storage bags. Even the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, which didn't have Elixir Realm cultivators, lived wealthier lives than this. Is this the glorious Wuji sect? Now, we can't even defend our home anymore. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a great hall in his line of sight. The great hall had already reached the clouds and was faintly discernible. It was like a paradise. In the previous era, there were too many important matters that were discussed and decided there. You've gone too far. This is our sect. Why should we give it to you? Zhang Chutian was furiously negotiating with that Dan Yuan cultivator, but it was useless. No matter which era it was, all cultivators believed in the law of the jungle. One of the two primordial Dan experts who came forward said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to. In that case, all of you can die here." They were only forced by the two core essence experts. Even if they had more guts, they wouldn't dare to slaughter the last few dozen people of the Wuji sect. In the past 5,000 years, the Boundless sect had experienced many internal and external conflicts. Even though there were only a few dozen people left, it was still a sect. Otherwise, there was no reason for it to exist. Even if they didn't give face to the monk, they still had to give face to the Buddha. If a faction really destroyed the Wuji sect, then the aristocratic families that rose to power during the internal strife would have to step in. Even if it was just a token of sympathy, it definitely wasn't something a sect like the Blue Fire Gang could bear. They could suppress the Wuji sect, stop its development, and let it perish on its own, but they couldn't forcibly destroy it. Seeing that these people didn't back down, a murderous intent flashed through the Dan Yuan cultivator's eyes. "It's fine if you don't want to. Then we'll kill this old woman first. Let's see who will protect you in the future." The Wuji sect disciples were furious, but they still didn't back down. They protected the old woman. Humph! With a cold snort, the Dan Yuan cultivator waved his sleeve. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept everyone away. In the blink of an eye, the old woman was the only one left. Cold, murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two primordial Dan cultivators. This time they really wanted to kill, because the higher-ups were urging them. If they didn't take care of this matter properly, they would be punished. "Even if I die today, I definitely won't." Before the old woman could finish her words, she suddenly paused. Her resolute gaze fluctuated, and her expression clearly changed. In her line of sight, a skeleton was walking over from afar. The skeleton held a black stone knife in its hand. The two primordial Dan cultivators from the Blue Fire sect obviously noticed the abnormality. When they turned around and saw the skeleton, their faces were filled with surprise. They cried out involuntarily, "What the hell is this?" Zichen walked straight toward the two of them. Their expressions changed. They looked at each other and rushed toward Zichen without hesitation. Under the astonished gazes of the Wuji sect disciples, the strange skeleton reached out its left hand and grabbed one of the primordial Dan cultivators. Its hand easily passed through the primordial Dan cultivator's attack and grabbed his collar. Just like that, it was flung away. At the same time, the other primordial Dan cultivator's attack landed on Konglong's body, and a surge of energy exploded. The destructive energy in everyone's eyes couldn't do anything to the skeleton at all. He once again grabbed the shocked primordial Dan cultivator and threw him away. The old woman, who was prepared to die, watched in shock as the two primordial Dan cultivators were thrown away. The disciples of the Wuji sect, who were also prepared for the destruction of their sect, were all dumbfounded when they saw the skeleton display such great power. On the other hand, Zhang Chutian and Xiaoyi were delighted. They had already seen the strength of this skeleton senior, so they weren't so shocked. The two of them quickly stepped forward and bowed to Zichen. "Thank you for your help, senior." "Chutian, Xiaoyi, you know this, senior?" The old woman's face was still filled with shock. Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma. We brought this senior back. He even helped us drive away the people of the Wang family." Then, Xiao Yu briefly told everyone what had happened. Hearing this, the disciples were shocked, angry, and happy. "Thank you for your help, Senior." The old woman came in front of Zichen and bowed respectfully. The other disciples of the Wuji sect bowed and thanked her. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked at Zichen with curiosity and awe. Zichen nodded to everyone. After 5,000 years, there were only a few dozen people left in the huge Wuji sect. However, these people were the ones who truly treated this place as their home. At this moment, looking at these people, Zichen suddenly understood something. He walked forward, and everyone spread out. He walked into the depths of the Wuji sect. Under the old woman's signal, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu followed. Walking forward, Zichen arrived outside the armory pavilion. There were 9 floors here, and in its heyday, apart from saint weapons, there were all kinds of weapons here. At this moment, in his perception, this place was empty. The restrictions had disappeared, so he walked straight in. The 2 followed behind him. Floor after floor, Zichen walked to the 9th floor. Because the restrictions had disappeared and because it had not been cleaned for a long time, there was a thick layer of dust on the 9th floor. A portion of the weapons from back then were destroyed in battle, while the majority were divided among the other powers. In the end, there was nothing left. Zhang Chutian looked at the dazed Zichen. He didn't know what kind of relationship these skeletons had with the Wuji sect, but he had a faint feeling that these skeletons had some special feelings for the Wuji sect. Zichen turned and walked down the stairs to the library pavilion. This was where cultivation techniques were stored. After many expansions, it now had 9 floors. The cultivation techniques that Zichen had obtained from the 4 burial grounds were all here. It could be said that everything he needed was here. In that era, the Wuji sect had allowed the entire martial heaven continent to share their battle techniques. But now this place was empty. There wasn't even a single ordinary cultivation technique. "The techniques here have also been divided among the other powers," said Zhang Chutian. "I heard that during the Wuji sect's glory, the Wuji sect provided free cultivation resources to the entire martial heaven continent, as well as free access to battle techniques. But now there are no battle techniques at all." There was a hint of anger in his words. Because his ancestor was Zhang Chutian, he knew the history of that era very well. In that glorious era, the Wuji sect provided the entire martial heaven continent. However, with the disappearance of sect master Zichen, the Wuji sect was divided among the other powers. After leaving the library pavilion, Zichen walked towards the alchemy building. This place was also empty. It could be said that there weren't any resources left in the entire Wuji sect, not even the lowest level cultivation technique. In the end, Zichen walked to the 4 time castles. They were the foundation of the Wuji sect's rise. The 4 castles had already disappeared and the ground was a mess. Even the formation base that LV Peng had personally set up had been dug out by someone. Of the 4 time castles, 1 is in the Wang family, 1 is in the 5 Elements family, and 1 was obtained by the Heavenly Kill Alliance. As for the last one, its whereabouts are unknown, said Zhang Chutian. It was gone. Other than these dozens of people, there was nothing left in the entire Wuji sect. Zichen sighed with emotion. However, the destruction of the Wuji sect also made him understand a principle. If one wanted to establish a sect, in addition to powerful combat strength, they also needed a deep-rooted, cohesive force. In the past, the Wuji sect did indeed have a cohesive force, but that was only limited to Zichen and his powerful friends. With their fall, the entire sect became a pile of loose sand and finally disintegrated from the inside. While he was disappointed, he was also very glad. At the very least, the Wuji sect had not been completely destroyed. There were still dozens of people left. Although their combat strength was very weak and their cultivation base was very low, they had an extremely rare cohesive force. They regarded this place as their last home. Holy Grounds, Wang family. This was a newly risen family. They were known as the second family in the Holy Grounds and had a history of more than 1,000 years. The patriarch's name was Lu Che, and he was only a step away from the pseudo-heaven realm. "Father, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." An anxious voice with a hint of panic sounded. Lu Che's door was pushed open, and a young man walked in. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Lu Che opened his eyes and looked at his only son. Chapter 2461. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Hearing this, Lu Che said unhurriedly, "So what?" Although the glorious Wuji sect has declined, the buildings still exist. Why should we give it to Qinghua? He just reached the Earth Prime Realm. What right does he have to occupy the Wuji sect? Lu Che's son, Lu Ying, said angrily. Lu Che said, "If he doesn't have the right, do you?" Lu Ying said, "Of course. In the hallowed grounds, of course, we have the right to be the second family. Also, father, you were once from the Wuji sect. If we go back and occupy it, isn't it right and proper? I believe that even the Wang family can't say anything." Lu Che shook his head and said to Lu Ying, "Right and proper? Do you know how many people have taken a fancy to the Wuji sect?" Lu Ying was puzzled. Lu Che said, "I don't dare to say 100, but at least 50 families have taken a fancy to the Wuji sect, including the number 1 family in the hallowed grounds, the Wang family. But do you know why these families would rather go out and build a new base and even take away the buildings in the Wuji sect than occupy the Wuji sect?" Lu Ying shook his head. He had always been puzzled by the actions of these forces and thought that they were stupid. He had asked his father this question before, but he had never received any response. "Why?" he asked. "You're still young and haven't experienced that glorious era. You don't know how powerful the Wuji sect was. In your knowledge, the Wuji sect was only the number 1 force in the Tianmu continent. In fact, if the Wuji sect claimed to be the number 2 force in the entire life star, no force would dare to claim to be the number 1. That includes the 5 elements families and the heavenly kill union. Although the Wuji sect has declined, not all of the experts in the past died. Some of them went out to train before the Wuji sect had internal strife. What if one day they come back and see the Wuji sect occupied by other forces? What do you think will happen?" Just as the father and son were discussing the Wuji sect, a human origin realm cultivator was thrown out by a skeleton. Lu Ying said, "So what if they come back? Don't tell me that a mere person can go against an entire sect?" Family head, Lu shook his head and said, "You're still too young. Love, go, little, say, network. You haven't experienced that era, so you don't know how glorious and terrifying that era was. In that era, the heavenly realm was in a precarious situation. Saints and saint kings could fall at any time. For example, the everlasting sect's former sect master, Zichin, dared to challenge the entire 5 elements aristocratic family when he was still a pseudo-heaven. When he broke through to the heaven realm, the entire 5 elements aristocratic family started to fear him." Lu Ying's expression changed greatly. He knew how terrifying the 5 elements aristocratic family was, but he never thought that such a huge family would be afraid of a single person. There were simply too many experts in that era. Take me, for example. Back then, I was only 1 step away from false heaven. If it weren't for the turmoil of the world, I would have broken through very quickly. But now, with the hidden laws, I no longer have any hope of reaching the pseudo-heaven realm. As for those who left back then, not to mention Zichen's generation, even after the upheaval, there were many people who wanted to break through and go out in search of opportunities. What do you think will happen if they come back one day and see the Wuji sect occupied by other forces? Lu Ying was silent. He hadn't thought so far ahead. Take the Wang family, for example. They are the number 1 aristocratic family in the Holy Land. Although they have a close relationship with the Wuji sect almost massacred the Wang family back then. Now, Zichen's generation has all disappeared. The Wuji sect has completely lost its power, and the Wang family has risen. Even the Five Elements aristocratic family is afraid of them. But why don't they destroy the Wuji sect? Are they just suppressing the Wuji sect and letting it slowly decline? Lu Che said, because they are also afraid that those experts will return. Lu Ying said unwillingly, are we just going to let Green Fire take over the Wuji sect? Since he's willing to gamble with the entire Green Fire sect, then let him be. In short, we can't occupy the Wuji sect. Lu Che waved his hand and said, all right, you can leave. Lu Ying turned around and left. However, 2 hours later, Lu Che's door was opened again. This time, Lu Ying's face was filled with nervousness. What's wrong now? Lu Che said unhappily. I just received news that an extremely powerful existence has come to the Wuji sect. He threw out 2 human origin realm experts with one hand. Lu Ying said, what? A light flashed through Lu Che's eyes. At the same time, there was a trace of panic. What does that person look like? How is his combat strength? Has he broken through to the pseudo-heaven realm? He was very nervous because if it was really an expert who had returned from training, once the other party wanted to settle the score, the first thing he would do would be to deal with them, who had brought the resources out to establish the family. Love, go, Xiao, say, W. Chu, I don't know the details. Green Fire didn't dare to go and test it out. The Wang family also went. It seems that the expert had some conflict with the Wang family. Lu Ying said, the Wang family? Hearing about the Wang family, Lu Che heaved a sigh of relief. In the entire Holy Land, the Wang family was the most likely force to fight against the expert who had returned. Let's go and take a look. However, Lu Che was still worried and decided to take a look himself. He believed that he had seen all those experts back then. If it was really an expert who had returned, he would be able to call out his name after meeting him. The 2 Elixir Realm experts from the Green Fire sect were thrown out by Zichin, but they didn't stop there and brought a large group of people over. This time, even the sect leader of the Green Fire sect, came. He was the strongest in the Green Fire sect and had just broken through to the earthly realm. They thought that they could easily take care of all this, but they didn't expect that the 2 mortal realm experts they sent in would be thrown out in the same way. The other cultivators who came were shocked. According to the 2 mortal realm experts, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. Therefore, Green Fire, who was outside, didn't dare to go in again. In the Wuji sect, after seeing the 2 mortal realm experts being thrown out, there was a burst of cheers from the back. Zhang Chutian, Xiaoyu, and the old woman in the elixir realm were also surprised and happy. They had guessed that the skeleton's realm should be the mortal realm. However, after seeing him throw out the mortal realm experts so easily, they dismissed the idea and guessed that the skeleton should be in the earthly realm. Having an earthly realm expert was already a great sect. Perhaps they might not be able to rise again, but they probably wouldn't be bullied anymore. Zichen turned around and looked at the last few dozen people of the Wuji sect. For the first time, he said, today no one can take over the Wuji sect. Tomorrow, the Wuji sect will rise again. His voice was unusually hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, but it was like the sound of nature in the ears of everyone. They were very excited because there was finally an expert who was willing to help the Wuji sect. Over the years, they had tried to find many experts from the Wuji sect to seek their protection and help, but no one was willing to help them. In fact, he would even deliberately avoid them. The entire Wuji sect seemed to be cursed. No one was willing to help them, and they were often schemed against. Xiao Yu's parents were schemed against and killed. The families of the other companions suffered the same fate. They didn't expect that after so many years of waiting, too many people had died, and seeing that the last sect couldn't be saved, an expert finally appeared. However, just as everyone was feeling excited, Wang Chuan's voice came from outside. Skeleton, get the hell out here. How dare you provoke the Wang family? Let me tell you, you're finished." After hearing the Wang family's name, the excited cultivators of the Wuji sect all woke up. None of them knew how glorious the Wuji sect was in the past, but they knew the current status of the Wang family in the entire Tianwu continent. In their guesses, the Wuji sect in the past was just like the current Wang family. In this sacred land, provoking the Wang family seemed to only lead to death. Hearing this, Zichun walked outside. He couldn't help but recall the scene from back then. Could it be that everything is going to repeat itself? He thought of Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and Wang Xianer. The current Wang family was their Wang family. Wang Xian's whereabouts were unknown, and Wang Qiong and Wang Shan died in the Lightning Divine Palace. Could it be that he was going to massacre the family that they had created? His feelings were very complicated. After all, this was a family that had a deep relationship with him. The reason why the Wang family could rise was because of his relationship with the three of them. He walked out and saw Wang Chuan. Beside Wang Chuan, there were more than 10 people. Among these people, other than Wang Chuan, who was in the air, the rest were in the human origin realm. There was even an earth origin realm cultivator. In another direction, there were people from the Green Fire sect. There was also an earth origin realm cultivator among them. However, they were very far away from here. They weren't afraid of Zichun, but of the Wang family. "That's the guy. Kill him." Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and said while pointing at Zichun. Those human origin realm cultivators immediately charged towards Zichun. Zichun placed the stone saber in his hand at his feet and stood there with his hands clenched into fists. Pum! 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 When the human origin realm cultivators arrived, Zichun struck out with his fists, and the sound of tremors could be heard. The human origin realm cultivators were all sent flying in an instant and disappeared from everyone's sight. The cultivators gasped upon seeing this. Even Wang Chuan was given a fright. He took dozens of steps back and looked at the earth origin realm cultivator. He said respectfully, "Uncle, please help." Di Yuan nodded. He stared at Zichun with a solemn expression. He didn't go forward directly. Instead, he struck out a palm at Zichun. Zichun waved his hand and easily broke the palm. Di Yuan struck out again to test the waters. Zichun stood there and neutralized the attack. "Uncle, I remember now. This skeleton can't fly." Wang Chuan suddenly said. This was what the Dan origin realm cultivator told him. "That's good." Di Yuan, who was originally nervous, smiled easily. He formed a seal with his hands and struck out a powerful blow. Because of the rules, Zichun couldn't fly. This was his weakness. After seeing Di Yuan's plan, he bent down to pick up the stone saber on the ground and threw it at Di Yuan. The stone saber pierced through the air and went straight for Di Yuan. Chapter 2462. Di Yuan's eyes flashed with joy when he saw the skeleton throw out the only weapon in his hand. He shouted and formed a seal with his hands. A huge palm print appeared. The palm print covered the sky and darkened the sky. A powerful aura raged. A strong gust of wind appeared suddenly. The clouds in the sky were crushed, and the sand and stones on the ground were blown away. The palm print fell from the sky. The void was distorted, as if it could not withstand the power and could break at any time. Compared to Di Yuan's powerful attack, Zichun's stone saber did not have any momentum. It even seemed slow. Just as the disciples of Wuji sect were worried about Zichun, the stone saber and Di Yuan's palm print collided. Poof! Encountering the terrifying palm print, the stone saber still moved forward slowly, easily passing through the palm print. After the stone saber passed through the palm print lost all its power and dissipated in the air. The stone saber continued to move forward slowly. Its target was Di Yuan. Di Yuan's expression changed when he saw his attack being dissolved. The energy in his body surged, and he chose to dodge. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. He was in disbelief. This was because he discovered that his body was actually unable to move at this moment. It was as if there was a strange power that directly sealed the space around him. Poof! The stone saber pierced his body and flew away with his body. It flew for hundreds of meters before it fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Everyone who saw this scene had a face full of shock and disbelief. If they did not know each other, they would have thought that they were acting. The saber was too slow. Even if it was powerful, Diyuan from Wang family could have dodged it. However, he did not manage to. Even the sect leader of the Green Fire sect could not figure out what was going on. However, he knew that this was definitely not an act. When his gaze landed on the skeleton again, there was great shock in his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he had kicked an iron plate and provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. However, he was also glad that Wang family had arrived first. Otherwise, he would have been the one who was stabbed. Ziqin stood there without moving. Diyuan's scream came from afar. Diyuan was still lying on the ground with a stone saber stuck in his body. In the sky, Wang Chuan was scared out of his wits. He stood there in a daze without moving. Just after being 4,000 the human origin stage, cultivators had all returned and were heading towards the Earth origin stage cultivator. They wanted to pull out the stone knife that was stuck in Di Yuan's body, but after several attempts, they couldn't pull it out. This stone saber was very heavy, so heavy that they couldn't move it at all. The abnormality on the other side attracted Wang Chuan's attention. He did not immediately think of a way to save this Earth Prime cultivator. Instead, he turned and ran. This time he was really frightened. He could sense that the sinister-looking skeleton was going to kill him in the next moment. Therefore, he ran away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a group of helpless Wang clan experts. Faced with such a situation, they could only look at Qinghua on the other side. After all, Qinghua was at the earthly realm. Whether it was in terms of strength or energy, he was extremely strong. Qinghua looked at the skeletons and then at the Wang clan members. He seemed to be struggling internally. In the end, the Wang clan's dignity overcame his fear of the skeletons. He flew towards the Earth Prime cultivator, ready to help him pull out the stone knife. The others spread out. Qinghua's body flashed with energy as he reached for the stone knife. "Rise!" He shouted, but the stone knife didn't move. Qinghua shouted again, but the stone knife still didn't move. Qinghua shouted for the third time. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but the stone knife didn't even tremble. What kind of weapon is this? Shock appeared on his face, and a trace of horror appeared in his heart. At this moment, he looked at the skeleton with some worry, doubting its origins and origins. Lu Che and Lu Ying were here, but the two of them didn't show themselves. They were hiding in the dark. They saw the previous battle clearly. The Earth Prime cultivator was pierced through in one hit. Lu Ying's expression changed drastically, and Lu Che's pupils shrank abruptly. He didn't recognize the skeleton, and his aura was unfamiliar. He couldn't be sure if it was one of those powerful cultivators. But one thing he was sure of was that the skeleton was very strong, very strong. This could be seen from the fact that Qing, who couldn't even pull out the skeleton's weapon. "Father, is this one of the powerful cultivators who returned?" Lu Ying asked. Lu Che shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "What should we do now?" Lu Ying asked again. Lu Che said, "Wait." At this moment, he was waiting, and so was Ziqin. He was waiting for Wang Chuan to bring people over so that he could settle this matter once and for all. The cultivators from the Wuji sect behind were all stunned when they saw that sect master Qing, who couldn't even lift the weapon in the skeleton's hand. Ziqin waited patiently. Today he wanted to block all the trouble outside. He believed that as long as the Wang clan was defeated, no other force would dare to behave atrociously in the Wuji sect. The sacred land was very big. If Wang Chuan wanted to go back and find reinforcements, it would undoubtedly take a long time. Fortunately, there was a teleportation formation nearby, which could greatly increase the speed. No matter how Wang Chuan went back and told them about what happened today, they brought another powerful cultivator. This time, it was a domain realm cultivator. A domain realm cultivator had his own domain and was an extremely powerful existence. After the end of the turmoil, a domain realm cultivator rarely appeared. When the domain realm cultivator saw that Di Yuan was still unable to get up, he frowned and flew straight over. After that, he tried to lift the stone saber. "Rise!" he shouted, but the stone saber didn't move at all. This repeated several times, but the stone saber still couldn't be moved. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. They didn't expect that even a domain realm cultivator couldn't do anything to the stone saber. Pretending to be mysterious. The domain realm cultivator snorted and rushed toward Zichen. In his opinion, the stone saber couldn't be moved because there was something strange about it. So, as long as he killed him, everything would be easy. While he was moving forward, he had already unfolded his domain realm. Before Zichen could react, Zichen was enveloped in it. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Chuan couldn't help but smile proudly. "Damn skeleton! How dare you go against the Wang family?" Before his complacent laughter could fade away, a loud explosion rang out from the place where the two of them had disappeared. The two of them who had disappeared appeared once again. Zichen was still standing in the same place, while the domain realm cultivator flew backward. At this moment, blood was spurting out of his chest. There was a bloody hole there. His face was full of horror and shock. After he landed, he coughed up blood and fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly. The pride on Wang Chuan's face froze, and he retreated backward again. However, this time, Zichen looked at him and said, "Call the Wang family's strongest cultivator here. Otherwise, I won't let this go." For the first time, he sent a soul fluctuation to the other party. Wang Chuan was so scared that he turned and ran. Zichen ignored the domain realm cultivator and walked toward Di Yuan, who couldn't move at all. The others immediately scattered, not daring to surround the place. Zichen came in front of Di Yuan and stared at him. Di Yuan's face was full of horror. He begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Puff! Zichen grabbed the stone saber and pulled it out easily. Blood spurted out of Di Yuan's chest. Ignoring Di Yuan, Zichen carried the stone saber and walked toward the Wuji sect. How dare he say that he wants to find the strongest cultivator? How arrogant! Lu Ying, who was hiding in the dark, said in a low voice. He went to retrieve the stone saber. It seems like he's at the Undying Sovereign Realm. Lu Che, who was also at the Undying Sovereign Realm, said as he looked at Zichen's back. At this moment, besides Lu Che, many other forces had come after hearing the news. However, they were all hiding in the dark. They were still very shocked to see a domain realm cultivator being defeated so easily. Next, they would see what kind of cultivator the Wang family sent. This way, they would be able to see the skeleton's true realm. Everyone was waiting to see if the powerful Wang family would destroy the skeleton this time, or if the Wang family had kicked an iron plate again. The Wang family's cultivator had arrived. This time, it was an old man who was known to be undying. In the Tianwu continent, where the rules were suppressed, such an existence could be called the strongest cultivator. When he arrived and saw the scene, he frowned and stared at Zichen. He said, "Are you the one who injured my Wang family's people?" His gaze was cold and sharp, and his aura was surging. After seeing the old man, the faces of the people hiding in the dark changed drastically. They did not expect such a powerful existence to come. The old man's gaze swept past Zichen and then looked at the void. He said coldly, "Are you all here to watch the show?" Scram! The word scram turned into sound waves that scattered in all directions. The people hiding in the dark appeared one after another. After bowing to the old man, they quickly retreated. Lu Che was still hiding. His attention was fixed on the skeleton. The skeleton walked toward the old man with the stone saber. Wang Chuan reminded. Old ancestor, he can't fly. A skeleton that can't fly dares to behave atrociously in front of my Wang family. It's simply, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold voice. An undying sovereign has come. Is your Wang family looking down on us? After saying that, he threw the stone saber in his hand. The stone saber's speed was relatively slow. It flew toward the old man. In everyone's opinion, this saber could be easily dodged by flying. However, the undying old man did not dodge. He was directly pierced in the chest by the saber, and his body fell to the ground. Zi Qin walked toward the old man, who fell to the ground. The surroundings were deathly still and quiet. Zi Qin walked in front of the old man. The old man, who had been arrogant before, now looked at Zi Qin in horror. The stone saber pierced his body. He felt as if his body was being pressed down by a mountain, and he could not move at all. Seeing the skeleton coming, he raised his hand and struck out a palm. The palm print fell on the skeleton's body. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any waves. Zi Qin stood in front of the old man. He grabbed the stone saber and pulled it out. But soon he pierced the old man's body again. Puff! Puff! This repeated again and again. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of the stone saber piercing the body could be heard. Chapter 2463. Poof! The stone saber stabbed into his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Poof! The stone saber was pulled out and stabbed into his body again. Blood gushed out from the wound. Poof! 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 This repeated over and over again, but the stone blade was still not stained with a single drop of blood. However, the supreme being in front of him, who was known to be undying and indestructible, had become a person of blood. He was covered in blood, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Whether it was those who were preparing to leave after hearing the old man's threat or those who were hiding in the dark, they were all stunned at this moment. They stood there in a daze, as if they were petrified. The old man was from the Wang family. He was an undying existence with extremely strong combat strength. However, at this moment, in front of the skeleton, he had no room to resist. The stone saber stabbed into his body again and again. The old man let out a shrill howl. At this moment, Qing Hu's heart was beating rapidly, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. At this moment, he was really frightened. The fact that he could still stand there was already proof of his mental strength. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be scared to death. When he heard what the two core realm experts said earlier, he was furious and wanted to teach this reckless skeleton a lesson. However, the Wang family appeared at the right time, so he did not do anything. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with gratitude towards the Wang family and Wang Chuan. Otherwise, he would have been dead for a long time. Beside him, the other cultivators from the Green Fire sect were also so shocked that they could not utter a single word. It must be the return of an expert. This time, the Wang family kicked an iron plate. Lu Che, who was hiding in the dark, had a face full of fear. He could not help but recall the rumor that the Wang family kicked an iron plate back then. It was said that a good-for-nothing disciple of the Wang family accidentally provoked Zi Qin, who had just returned. As a result, they invited group after group of experts, but all of them were defeated. In the end, all the pressured existences in the entire Holy Land appeared to discuss the Wang family. That was why there was a great purge against the Wang family. Lu Che knew very well that it was a great purge, not a bloodbath as the Wang family thought. If there was really a bloodbath, the Wang family would have been destroyed back then. Now, everything seemed to be repeating the same mistake. Seeing the undying and indestructible patriarch being defeated so easily by the skeleton, the fear in Wang Chuan's heart reached its peak. This time, he quickly ran away to get help. It wasn't as if the Wang clan didn't have a realm stronger than the undying and imperishable realm for 1,000. After Wang Chuan left, this undying and indestructible old man was already half dead. Even the surging vitality in his body was unable to save his life at this moment. Fortunately, the stone saber stopped. If this continued, this undying imperishable would definitely die. The other party's entire body was covered in blood. His chest was already a bloody mess, and no normal flesh could be seen. After that, Zichen bent down and took the spirit ring from his hand. Given the boundless sect's current situation, they would need a lot of resources to rebuild it, but he didn't have these resources on him. After taking off the spirit ring, he grabbed it with one hand and sent his physical strength into the spirit ring. Pooh! Undying, indestructible coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had already lost contact with his spirit ring. However, there weren't many resources in the spirit ring. After all, Undying Indestructible had a world, and many valuable items were in his own world. He walked back with the stone saber. The Boundless Sect's disciples, however, didn't say anything, because they were all stunned, almost petrified. They had once estimated that the skeleton's combat strength should be equivalent to the human origin realm, but they didn't expect that their guesses would be shattered again and again. Even the so-called strongest, undying, indestructible couldn't last more than one round in front of him. Such a great expert had descended from the sky and was willing to protect the Boundless Sect. They felt like they had been hit with a big pie. At this moment, only dizziness remained. The surroundings were still filled with silence. Even the old man no longer wailed. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the Wang clan's reply. They wanted to see if the Wang clan's experts would come out in full force to kill the skeleton, or if the Wang clan's experts would be wiped out today. They didn't have to wait for long before a powerful aura came from the horizon. This was the aura of a pseudo-genius. In this era where the rules were suppressed, pseudo-geniuses were very amazing existences. For example, Xing Daoli protected the Boundless Sect as a pseudo-genius. Those major forces didn't dare to provoke him at all. Zichen raised his head and looked at the pseudo-genius coming from the horizon. There was an uproar all around. The pseudo-genius was holding something in his hand. It was a human head. It was Wang Chuan's. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. The pseudo-genius arrived and sized up the battlefield. Then he threw out the head, cupped his fists, and said, "The Wang clan didn't do things properly. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." The surroundings were in an uproar again. The pseudo-genius actually called the skeleton Senior. Then how strong was the other party? Zichen looked at the pseudo-genius and said, "I thought you would try to attack a few times." "I don't dare." The pseudo-genius cupped his fists again and said, Zichen said, "Tomorrow morning, I want to see all the resources that Wang Feng took from the Boundless Sect. If I don't see it, I will go to the Wang clan and personally take it back." The pseudo-genius expression changed slightly, but he quickly replied, "Yes. I wonder if Senior has any other instructions? I will leave the time castle to you. Consider it a contribution that your Wang clan's ancestor made to the Boundless Sect. From now on, the Wang clan and the Boundless Sect have nothing to do with each other." As soon as these words came out, it caused another uproar. Now that the Wang clan was like the sun in the sky, who didn't want to curry favor with them? But from this skeleton's words, it seemed that the Wang clan had taken the credit of the Boundless Sect. At the same time, they were also guessing who the skeleton was. Yes, the pseudo-genius was silent for a moment, then responded. Although the current Wang clan could destroy the Boundless Sect in an instant and didn't want to have anything to do with the Boundless Sect, after hearing the skeleton's words, he felt that the Wang clan seemed to be missing something. He stood there respectfully and waited for a moment. After seeing that the skeleton didn't say anything, he cupped his fists and left. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Wong clan also left. It must be a powerhouse from back then, but who is it? Lu Che frowned, thinking about the skeleton's identity. Next to him, Lu Ying was completely scared out of his wits. He wasn't very old. In his mind, the Wong clan was the true sky of the hallowed grounds. When all the disciples of the Wong clan went out, they would appear superior. But he didn't expect that a skeleton would come today and make the Wong clan bow their heads. At first, he didn't believe that a single person could fight against an entire sect, but now he believed it. The Wong clan, known as the #1 family in the hallowed grounds, had chosen to bow their heads in front of the skeleton. Moreover, the skeleton's words were too domineering. If the Wong clan didn't take out the resources of the past, then he would personally take it. Obviously, he wanted to enter the Wong clan alone. The pseudo-genius returned to the Wong clan. The higher-ups of the Wong clan began to urgently discuss today's matter. What big words! Let him come over. I don't believe that he can break through our formation. You have to know that our formation was personally built by L.V. Peng back then. An elder said coldly, "Don't be careless. That existence is very familiar with the Boundless sect. I believe that he was once a powerhouse. Although I don't know why he became like this, his combat strength is very powerful. And since he dares to say that he's the Wong clan, he definitely isn't speaking casually. Also, he mentioned the Time Castle and said that he was giving it to us because of our ancestors' contributions to the Boundless sect. But this also tells us that the fate of the Boundless sect and our Wong clan is over. So what? Our Wong clan is already the #1 family in the hallowed grounds. What is a mere Boundless sect to us? No matter how strong the Wong clan elders were at this moment, they still couldn't erase the fear in their hearts. After returning to the Boundless sect, Zichen was worshipped like a moon surrounded by stars. This extremely ugly skeleton had become the savior of the Boundless sect. Senior, may I ask if you are one of the ancestors who founded the Boundless sect? The only core nascent realm old woman in the Boundless sect suddenly asked. Everyone else looked at Zichen with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, I just have some ties with the Boundless sect." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, they had always stayed in the Boundless sect, and in their hearts, they all had a sense of reverence for the ancestors of the past. However, I've met your ancestors a few times. Wu Lu is a meticulous person. In the beginning, he was the steward of the Boundless sect, managing all the affairs of the Boundless sect. Zhang Haoyan was one of the strongest generals back then. He was skilled in assassination, and his name shook the entire Martial Heaven continent. Hearing the skeleton talk about the ancestors of the past, everyone listened with great interest. They were all very excited. The Boundless sect, which had been suppressed for so many years, was finally no longer being bullied. This sect that everyone was looking forward to being destroyed would never be destroyed again. The next day, Zhang Chutian came to Zichen early in the morning. He asked nervously, "Senior, what if the Wong clan doesn't send the resources today?" "Senior, are you really going to go to the Wong clan?" Zichen shook his head. Zhang Chutian sighed. "It's best if you don't go. I heard that the Wong clan's formation was personally set up by one of the ancestors of the Boundless sect, Ancestor Lu Peng. It's almost impossible to break. We're going to take a time castle back today. After that, if the Wong clan doesn't send the resources over, I'll go personally." This. Zhang Chutian's face was full of worry. "Don't worry." The sky brightened, but the Wong clan's people still hadn't arrived. Zichen was the first to leave. Not long after, the ground shook and the roars of beasts rang out. Everyone walked out and saw a group of strange beasts heading in the direction of the Boundless sect. A skeleton was sitting on the back of the strange beast. Seeing these strange beasts, the Boundless sect's disciples were stunned. They were very clear about their surroundings and knew that there were no strange beasts nearby. Furthermore, it was such a powerful group of strange beasts. Zichen had found these strange beasts in a small sealed world. Before the upheaval, that world was one of the boundless sect's training grounds. Come, follow me to the time castle. Following his order, these weak cultivators carefully walked toward the strange beasts. These strange beasts were very powerful, but they were very obedient at this moment, allowing these weak humans to ride them. Chapter 2464. Zichen led everyone away because he was worried that some other powers would suddenly attack them. After all, the Everlasting Sect only had so many people left. If his foundation was gone, what could he do no matter how strong he was? Ever since the battle yesterday, the Everlasting Sect had become the focus of everyone's attention. When they saw that the Everlasting Sect's people had all left on strange beasts, they all sent voice transmissions to their clans or sects to report this matter. After that, these people secretly followed them, wanting to see what they were going to do. The Wang clan also heard the news immediately. They were still hesitating whether to give up all their resources, so they chose to wait and see. At the same time, they also sent people out to investigate. Lu Che and Lu Ying also came early. They didn't believe that the Everlasting Sect's people would use such a huge force just to escape. The other party didn't even put a fake heaven in their eyes. Which power could force them to escape? Zichen's target this time was the Hu clan. This was a clan that had risen for thousands of years. It was very powerful, and its momentum could faintly contend with the Holy Land's Wang clan. It could be said that this was the first clan to rise in the entire Tianwu continent after the Great Upheaval. Moreover, it was a clan that had no connection with the Everlasting Sect. Logically speaking, Zichen shouldn't have gone to a clan that had no connection with the Everlasting Sect. Zichen had always been brooding about the destruction of the Everlasting Sect, so he asked Zhang Chutian about the details of the Everlasting Sect's destruction. Coincidentally, this part of history hadn't been erased. Zhang Chutian told him that the first patriarch of the Hu clan, Hu Fei, had a close relationship with the sect master of the Everlasting Sect, Nangong Onlu. There had always been a rumor that Nangong Onlu was able to become the sect master because of Hu Fei. In the end, when Nangong Onlu decided to attack the demon race, the Hu clan also contributed a lot. Senior, is the time castle really in the Hu clan? Zhang Chutian asked as he rode on a strange beast to Zichen's side. The time castle is one of the most precious things in the Tianwu continent. It comes from the 4 great sacred burial grounds. This kind of thing wouldn't disappear for no reason. Zichen said, now that the time castle has disappeared without a trace, it should be in the Hu clan. Is it the original 4 great sacred burial grounds? It is said that there are many treasures there. Back then, the old ancestor and the others also went there to explore again and again. Zhang Chutian said with some yearning. Zichen nodded but didn't say anything. Zhang Chutian asked again, there are also 4 burial grounds, so why won't the burial grounds open now? Or is this all just a rumor? Zichen turned to look at Zhang Chutian, the current holy burial ground. Zhang Chutian said, yeah. Senior, don't you know? After the upheaval, for holy burial grounds had appeared in the martial heaven continent. It was said that the violent spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been absorbed by those holy burial grounds. There are also rumors that say that the fall of a saint is the reason why the heavens and earth are in chaos. That's why the spiritual energy is flowing away, and that's why the calamity is coming. The heavens and earth were in chaos, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely drained. This was because the rules had sensed the fall of the heaven-defying person, and everything had returned to its original state. If what Zhang Haotian said was true, it meant that there were 4 saints who had gathered the disappeared spiritual power in a certain place. Just like the opening of the holy burial ground back then, the surging spiritual power returned to this world once again. And the holy burial ground that year was set up by the 4 great saints when they were heavily injured. Then what about the holy burial ground this time? Which saint was it that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Ordinary saints were unable to do it, and the weakest was at least a saint king. After entering the lightning divine palace, his companions had all died in battle, so which saint king came out? Zi-Chen's heart moved, and the answer was obvious. So you were there. He could imagine the despair in the 4 girls' hearts. Seeing the upheaval of heaven and earth, they collected the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then fell into a deep sleep of despair. Zi-Chen suddenly asked, "Do you know where the 4 holy burial grounds are?" Zhang Chutan shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's just a legend. No one has seen the current holy burial grounds." Zi-Chen nodded and did not speak any more. He sank into deep thought, and his mood became very complicated. Back then, in the trip to the Lightning Divine Palace, their losses were too great. If he could go back in time, he would definitely warn his friends to never enter the Lightning Divine Palace again. He could go in and face fate, but he was not willing to let them follow him into danger and not return. Now, everyone was dead, and he had become neither human nor ghost. Every time it was late at night, he, who was unable to cultivate in peace, would sink into deep self-blame. Monk, Zhang Haoqian, Devil Ape, Long Hu, and the others were all dead. He let out a silent sigh in his heart. "Senior, we're here. The Hu family is just ahead." After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chutian's voice sounded, and Zi-Chen recovered from his deep thoughts. His soul could not extend out, but his sharp senses were still there, so he could still feel the unusual aura coming from the Hu family, even though they were a long distance away. Among them, there was the aura coming from the time castle. Although this aura was very weak and almost undetectable, it could not escape Zi-Chen's senses. Because the time castle was his to begin with, no matter how many people passed through it, for 1,000 refining, the imprint that belonged to him was still inside. That was the imprint left on him by the 4 great sages. As long as he did not die, the imprint would not dissipate. Zi-Chen said, "Let's go and take the time castle back." When Zhang Chutian heard this, his eyes immediately widened, and he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that the missing time castle was actually in the Hu family. As for how this senior was sure, in Zhang Chutian's opinion, this senior was not even afraid of pseudo-heaven, so he naturally had some special methods. Seeing the people of the everlasting sect heading straight for the Hu family, the cultivators following behind all revealed puzzled expressions. "Father, looking at their goal, they should be going to the Hu family. What are they going there for?" Lu Ying asked doubtfully. Lu Che first shook his head, indicating that he did not know, but then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. In the upper echelons of the Tianwu continent, there had always been a rumor that the Hu family played a huge role in the internal strife of the everlasting sect when they were at their strongest. Moreover, one of the time castle that everyone paid attention to disappeared for no reason, and some people guessed that it was obtained by the Hu family. Yesterday, the skeleton had threatened that the time castle had been given to the Wang family, and from then on, their fate with the Wang family was over. However, they came to the Hu family today. Could it be that they were here for the time castle? However, although the Hu family's inheritance was not as long as the Wang family's, they had become an overlord in just a few thousand years. Even the arrogant disciples of the Wang family would be more low-key than usual when they came to the territory controlled by the Hu family. This was because this was a family that was not weaker than the Wang family. Sure enough, under their tail, the people of the everlasting sect were getting closer and closer to the Hu family. In the end, they were only about 10 miles away. Halt! A cold voice sounded from heaven and earth, and a powerful aura was released. This was an aura that only a domain realm expert would have. The appearance of a domain realm expert did not mean that the Hu family's gatekeeper was such an existence, but among the strange beasts that Zi-Chen brought, there were many Earth realm experts, and those of other realms were useless. Zichen had no intention of stopping and continued to walk forward. "If you go any further, I'll kill you without mercy." A crazy murderous intent emerged from the domain realm expert's body. As this murderous intent emerged, the disciples of the everlasting sect and the strange beasts trembled and felt fear in their hearts. "You all wait here." Zichen stood up from the back of the strange beast. With the stone saber tied to his back, he descended. Boom! His figure landed on the ground. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Zichen walked out of the smoke and dust, and walked toward the Hu family in front of him. Behind him, all the cultivators who followed him widened their eyes. At this moment, the shock in their hearts had reached the extreme. Since the other party dared to enter the Hu family alone, it was obvious that he also had the strength to enter the Wang family alone. What he said yesterday was not a threat, but a fact. The cultivators from the Wang family hurriedly reported this news to the family. "You're courting death." With a loud roar, the domain realm expert charged toward Zichen. His domain realm was fully activated and instantly enveloped Zichen. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared. In an instant, the two of them reappeared. The domain realm broke, and the two of them were sent flying backward. His face was full of horror. Looking at the skeleton approaching step by step, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and then fell backward. He just fainted, but he did not die. Since Zichen returned to the Tianwu continent, he had not killed a single person. As for Wang Chuan's death, it was his own fault, but it was not Zichen who killed him. "Enemy attack!" A fierce shout came from afar, followed by waves of powerful auras. The weakest of these auras was at the Earth Prime realm, which showed that the Hu family still had a strong foundation. These people quickly rushed toward Zichen, but in the blink of an eye, they were sent flying by Zichen. All the cultivators who were sent flying were seriously injured. At this moment, in front of Zichen, there was only one Earth Prime realm expert left, who was the weakest among the group. In everyone's opinion, the skeleton had left him behind because he disdained to attack someone of his level. But in the next moment, the skeleton made a move and pointed at the Earth Prime realm expert's glabella, extinguishing his vitality. When he came to the Tianwu continent, he had not killed a single expert, but now he had killed someone. However, the person he killed was not the strongest among those people, but a mere Earth Prime realm expert. This was very puzzling. The experts behind continued to rush over. There were experts of all levels. Just as they were guessing that the skeleton was going to start a massacre, they realized that the skeleton still did not kill them. However, during this period, he killed another 2 people, and these 2 people were not the strongest. Everyone could not understand the skeleton's motive for killing people, but the scene at this moment was very spectacular. The skeleton advanced. One cultivator after another rushed forward, and then flew backward again. During this time, no one was able to stop him. He walked forward in a straight line and arrived outside the Hu family's gate. A restrictive light barrier appeared out of thin air and enveloped the entire Hu family. This was the Hu family's formation. Chapter 2465. Seeing the skeleton holding the stone saber. Those who were lucky enough to see the power of the stone saber yesterday all looked at the scene nervously and expectantly. They all wanted to know if the stone saber could break the Hu family's array. The Wuji sect cultivators sitting on the back of the strange beasts were also very nervous at this moment. Clenching the stone saber tightly, Zichen slashed down. The strength of his physical body ignited a bright saber light. The saber light landed on the light barrier. The light barrier didn't tremble at all. It cracked from the middle and was directly split into 2, breaking the array with one slash. The disciples of the Hu family who were in the array were all shocked. They didn't expect that the Hu family's powerful array would be broken with one slash. The spectators in the distance were all stunned. Yesterday they saw the skeleton's combat strength. Even the undying and indestructible were injured in one blow. Today, however, they saw that the skeleton's combat strength was even stronger. Even the array couldn't stop the skeleton's advance. After the array was broken, Zichen strode in. However, as soon as he entered the Hu family, the array that was just cut open appeared again and enveloped Zichen. Clang! Clang! In the array, clanging sounds were constantly heard. Fog lingered in the array, and cold weapons could vaguely be seen flashing. Humph! Do you really think the Hu family's array is so easy to break? A cold voice could be heard from the array. Activate the ultimate killing array. Completely destroy this thief. The rest of you, go out and slaughter all these reckless fellows. In the array, killing intent surged, and the ultimate killing array was activated. At the same time, some powerful cultivators rushed out of the array and attacked the disciples of the Wuji sect. When the people behind saw this scene, their shocked expressions were full of surprise. They didn't expect the Hu family to play such a trick at this moment. They lured the enemy into the ultimate killing array, and now they wanted to kill the Wuji sect. They didn't move. They just watched quietly. Many people breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. If the Wuji sect was destroyed today, they would have no more burdens. However, before the members of the Hu family could make a move, they heard a cry of surprise from the great array. Then, a bright blade light rushed out from the great array. The saber light was exceptionally bright, surging with a powerful aura. The peerless great formation that the Hu clan had activated was completely cut open at this moment. At the same time, the sounds of explosions rang out continuously from the base of the formation. The entire Hu clan's grand formation had been completely destroyed. You, who are you? That cold voice from before had now become incomparably terrified. A middle-aged man was lying on the ground with blood seeping out of his mouth as he stared at the skeleton before him in shock. Zichen didn't say anything. He just raised his stone knife and cut down. Just like that, this powerhouse who almost had the strength of a supreme being was killed by a single slash. This was the fourth person Zichen had killed since coming to the Hu clan. Those who had rushed out of the formation to kill the disciples of the Wuji sect also stopped when they saw that the formation was broken. Then, they flew into the depths of the family. Now that such an expert had come, it seemed like he wanted to destroy the Hu clan. They had no choice but to invite the Hu clan's old ancestors who were in seclusion. You are courting death. An undying chi emerged. An undying sovereign charged towards Zichen. He was holding an imperial weapon in his hand. A powerful chi emerged from him. Zichen slashed down, and the imperial weapon broke in the middle. The undying sovereign was severely injured and flew backward. The undying origin in his body had suffered such great damage that it was on the verge of dissipating. The huge gap between the two caused his face to be filled with deep fear. Go and call the Lord over. This is an expert. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Zichen glanced at him and then walked forward. He didn't kill him. After that, most of the people were seriously injured and only a few were killed. Everyone was very curious about Zichen's motive for killing because those who died weren't the strongest. At this moment, the Hu clan's grand formation had been completely destroyed. Therefore, even though they were far away, they could still use their spiritual senses to see what was happening here. The skeleton went straight into the Hu clan's residence with his saber. It was as if no one could stop him. Those cultivators of the Wang clan were also greatly shocked when they saw that the skeleton was so powerful. They were very glad that such an existence didn't go to the Wang clan. Who dares to come to the Hu clan and behave atrociously? A cold voice came from the depths. A powerhouse in seclusion appeared. This was a pseudo-heaven. Yesterday, such an existence came to the Wang clan, but in the end he didn't make a move. Instead, he respectfully apologized to the skeleton. But today, this pseudo-heaven came with killing intent. You're courting death. When the pseudo-heaven saw Zichen, killing intent flickered in his eyes as he headed straight for Zichen. Wherever he passed, the space instantly shattered, but it couldn't withstand the powerful aura from his body. Facing the pseudo-heaven, Zichen held his saber and raised his stone saber. The saber light streaked across and went straight for the pseudo-heaven. The shattered space around the pseudo-heaven froze for an instant and no longer shattered. The saber light flashed through the frozen space and passed through the pseudo-heaven's body. The pseudo-heaven's body was split into two from the middle, and blood spurted out. The two halves of the pseudo-heaven's corpse fell to the sides. Zichen stepped on the river of blood and walked forward. The surroundings suddenly became incomparably quiet. Even the noisy Hu clan fell silent at this moment. As everyone knew, when one reached the undying sovereign realm, one's body would possess the undying source. Even if one's body was completely shattered, one could recover in an instant. It could be said that after reaching the undying sovereign realm, one would enter the undying realm. Even the undying sovereign was like this, let alone the pseudo-heaven. However, after the pseudo-heaven's body was split in half, the undying source in his body also disappeared, as if it was destroyed by a powerful energy. One saber strike and the pseudo-heaven died. It was a true death, not some kind of disguise. In this almost dead atmosphere, the pseudo-heaven's aura once again came from the depths. However, after this aura appeared, the expressions of the powerhouses watching the battle in the distance changed drastically, because this aura was incompatible with the aura of the Tianmu continent. It was also very different from their auras. With the appearance of this aura, the laws of heaven and earth changed. They could clearly feel that there was a repulsive force in the laws of heaven and earth. A word that had disappeared for thousands of years appeared in their minds in an instant. The aura of a foreign race. This person was a foreign race. The foreign race was heaven? For thousand? They were the mortal enemies of the continent, just like the devil race of the past. After completely revealing his aura, the pseudo-heaven became incomparably powerful. After appearing, he coldly stared at Zichen. Just who are you? Zichen looked at him. You're finally willing to reveal your true form. If you don't speak, then die. The pseudo-heaven snorted and began to circulate his aura. A black hole appeared around him, and it was constantly expanding. An aura that was so terrifying that it caused one to suffocate swept through the area. Zichen held the stone saber in his hand and exerted force on his feet. His whole body bounced up and rushed towards the alien race in the black hole. Killing intent erupted from the alien's eyes, and he unleashed a powerful attack. The world became incomparably bright, and a terrifying beam of light shot toward Zichen. Swish! Zichen's stone saber slashed out, splitting the beam of light. The expanding black hole stopped, and the stone saber passed through the alien's body. Uft! Blood spurted out as the two halves of the alien's body fell to the ground. The pseudo-heaven, who had displayed his full power, was still killed. Heaven realm. He's definitely a heaven realm expert, from back then. That was what Lu Che thought when he saw the pseudo-heaven being killed so easily. Furthermore, he didn't understand the skeleton's motive for killing people, but now he understood. It turned out that the skeleton had only killed aliens. Going back even further, the boundless sect's internal turmoil was definitely due to the bewitchment of these aliens. This was truly laughable. Listening to an alien's instigation, they had attacked their former allies, the devil race, and in the name of eradicating the alien race. At this moment, the aura of a heaven realm expert appeared. It was still an alien's aura that was incompatible with the martial heaven continent's laws. The heaven realm was a realm that shouldn't have appeared in this era. He hadn't expected the Hu family to have such an expert, and an alien at that. The heaven realm expert who appeared stared at Zichen with a solemn expression. He was also thinking about who the other party was. "Sir, why have you come today?" asked the Heaven Realm expert. He didn't immediately attack. Exterminate your race and take back the time castle. A hoarse voice came from Zi Chen's soul. Then he leaped up again and charged toward the Heaven Realm expert. Swish! Swish! At this moment, two people charged out from the shadows. At first, these two people were inconspicuous, but when they arrived in front of Zichen, they erupted with powerful Heaven Realm auras. It turned out that there wasn't just one Heaven Realm expert, but three. Thus, Zichen, who was charging forward, swung the stone saber in his hand 3 times. After 3 times, Zichen's figure landed on the ground. The 3 Heaven Realm experts paused in midair for a moment before falling head first to the ground. Dead. At this moment, everyone had yet to recover from the skeleton's words about exterminating the alien race and taking back the time castle. They didn't expect the 3 alien Heaven Realm experts to be killed in a single exchange. At this moment, they were puzzled. They didn't understand what realm this skeleton was at. Even a Heaven Realm expert could be killed in one move. Could it be a saint? At this moment, Skeleton shouted, "Do you think you can run away?" He exerted force with his feet and leaped up quickly. Then he held the stone saber in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! The stone saber landed on the ground, and a powerful wave spread out in all directions. Under this wave, at least 50% of the buildings in the Hu family were destroyed. At the same time, a deep hole appeared where the stone saber stabbed. A divine aura came from the hole. It's a saint. The Hu family still has a saint. After sensing this aura, the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Who are you? Why do you want to exterminate my Hu family? I have no enmity with you. The saint's angry voice came from underground. Everyone has the right to kill an alien invasion, Zi Chen said coldly. Nonsense. Back then, Zi Chen had a very good relationship with us. He allowed us to come here, but you instigated and destroyed the Wuji sect. Damn you! Bang! The ground shook as the saint flew out. His divine aura filled every corner. Puff! Chapter 2466. A powerful saint, an existence that rarely appeared in the world, an existence that only existed in legends, had been killed with a single slash in front of everyone's eyes. The saint's corpse fell to the ground, still exuding a powerful aura. Even though it was a corpse, no one could get close to it. For this era, the saint's corpse was a true treasure. If it was given to a fake heaven, he might be able to comprehend the true laws of heaven and earth and break through to the Heaven Realm in one fell swoop. There was even a slight possibility that a Heaven Realm cultivator could become a saint. Zi Chen opened his broken world without any vitality and took the saint's corpse and the corpses of the 3 Heaven Realm cultivators. During this time, the world was still silent. The experts from the Hu clan gathered together spontaneously and bowed to Zichen. They said in unison, "Thank you for saving us, my lord." Most of these people were injured by Zichen, but not killed. At this moment, they looked at Zichen gratefully with obvious relief in their eyes. Zichen looked at them and nodded. Then he walked into the depths. These people understood Zichen's meaning. After getting up, they rushed to various places in the Hu clan. Soon, news of the battle spread. This was a battle between the Hu clan cultivators and the foreign races. After staying here for so many years, they naturally knew which race was which. Now that the saint and the Heaven Realm cultivators were all dead, the soul restrictions that belonged to them had disappeared. They were free, but before they left, they had to kill all the foreign races here. Rumbling sounds came from the depths. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Boom! 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 The earth trembled violently as if a giant was moving forward. The people who had yet to recover from their shock subconsciously looked up into the distance. They saw a skeleton walking over from the distance, holding a huge palace in his hand. That palace was the disappeared Castle of Time, holding a palace in his hand. How much strength did that require? "Refine it and bring it back," Zichen said to the only core realm cultivator of the Wuji sect. His soul couldn't extend out of his body, so he couldn't refine this Castle of Time. The old woman quickly stepped forward. At this moment, her mind was still in a daze. Everything she did was according to Zichen's instructions. Who would have thought that the Wuji sect, which had been in grave danger the day before and could be destroyed at any time, would destroy the Hu family, which had been rising for thousands of years? Furthermore, they had also obtained their own time castle. The surroundings remained silent. However, many of the spectators had chosen to leave quietly. Some of them were cultivators from the Wang family. They must bring this news back to the Wang family at the first possible moment, lest the Wang family repeat the Hu family's mistakes. Lu Che turned around and glanced at Lu Ying. This person, who had never believed that a single person could go against an entire sect, had witnessed the destruction of the Hu clan with his own eyes. "What do you think?" Lu Che looked at Lu Ying, but the latter could not say a word. The surroundings were silent. If you haven't experienced that glorious era, you will never understand just how terrifying the Boundless sect was back then. They were known as the strongest force on this life star. Although they were destroyed after 5,000 years, as long as one of their experts returns, they can rise again shortly. Lu Che seemed to be able to see that from today onwards, the Boundless sect would rise again. Countless genius disciples would fight to join the Boundless sect, just like the golden age of the past. Perhaps the families that had left back then would choose to return to the jurisdiction of the Boundless sect. In short, the Boundless sect would welcome a golden age again. With the help of Zichen, the old woman with the core essence stage had already put away the time castle. She was very excited and was even more certain that this senior was one of the ancestors of the Boundless sect, but she could not guess who he was. The other disciples of the Boundless sect were also very excited. With the time castle, the Boundless sect would rise again very quickly. Zichen stayed there and did not leave. Soon, the battle of the Hu family ended. Those who had regained their freedom came in front of Zichen again and took out many spirit rings. There were many resources in each spirit ring. Yesterday, the Boundless sect only had one spirit ring in total. Even their storage bags were pitifully few. Now, seeing so many spirit rings, their eyes lit up as if they had seen rare treasures. The old woman stepped forward and took the spirit rings. She was only at the core essence stage, but those experts were extremely respectful to her. Zichen turned around and prepared to leave. "Sir, now that we have no home to return to, we would like to join the Boundless sect." One of the Supremes spoke up. "Sir, please take us in." The others also spoke up one after another and bowed respectfully. One had to know that these people were all experts. Once they joined the Boundless sect would rise at an even faster speed. The Boundless sect's cultivators were also very excited. Who didn't want more experts in their own sect? They looked at the senior skeleton expectantly, thinking that the senior would definitely agree. The Boundless sect is not accepting disciples for the time being. Who would have thought that this senior skeleton would actually say such a sentence indifferently, then turn around and leave? The Boundless sect's disciples were very confused by the senior skeleton's actions, and experts were all stunned. This result was somewhat unexpected, because they knew very well that the Boundless sect's current situation should be in great need of experts like them. This was completely sending charcoal in snowy weather, but the senior skeleton refused. Only Lu Che knew the senior skeleton's intentions in his heart. It seemed that he really cared about the Boundless sect, and not just in an ordinary way. In just 5,000 years, the Boundless sect had been destroyed. Clearly, there was a problem with the Boundless sect's management. After taking a few steps, Zichen looked up at the people in the void and said, "I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to the 5 elements aristocratic families and the Heavenly Kill Alliance. The other 2 time castles will be given to them, but they must find all the lost cultivation techniques of the Boundless Sect within a month and return them to the Boundless Sect. With that, they left. As for whether there would be other battles over resources in this place, he didn't know, and he didn't want to know. When the disciples returned to the Boundless Sect on the strange beast, they found many Wong family cultivators standing there, and among them was the pseudo-heaven from yesterday. But compared to yesterday, their expressions were even more respectful today. They had to be respectful, because the Hu family, which could compete with the Wong family, had disappeared, and even the hidden saint had been killed with a single slash. The Wong family believed that they had a long history and a deep foundation, but they definitely didn't have a saint in the family. "Sir, we've already brought the resources. We were in the wrong before. I hope you won't bicker with us for the sake of the Wong family's ancestor," the pseudo-heaven said with a respectful expression, and at the same time he took out many spirit rings. Zichen glanced at Zhang Chutian, then turned around and entered the Boundless Sect. Zhang Chutian understood his meaning. He stepped forward to take the spirit rings and began to check the resources. "Senior, now that the Boundless Sect has many things to do, we plan to," the pseudo-heaven said with some reluctance. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zichen. "From now on, the Boundless Sect and the Wong family will have nothing to do with each other." With that, he walked into the Boundless Sect, leaving behind a group of disappointed Wong family cultivators. At this moment, they truly understood what the Wong family had lost. They had lost a backer. The Boundless Sect only had one powerhouse return, and it already had such momentum. What would happen when the others returned one after another? After hearing the news that the Hu family saint had been killed, the entire Wong family was shaken. At that moment, they finally understood that the Wong family's rise wasn't because they possessed anything, but because of the close relationship between the Wong family's ancestor and the Boundless Sect. But now this relationship was gone. The Wong family was the Wong family, and the Boundless Sect was the Boundless Sect. Although the Wong family would still be the #1 family in the Holy Land and might not be destroyed, it seemed impossible for them to take another step forward. Because of the suppression of the Great Era's laws, almost no one could break into the Heaven Realm or the Saint Realm. However, the Boundless Sect's former powerhouses were all figures of the previous era. Perhaps they would return one by one and lead the Boundless Sect to true prosperity. The old woman took out the time castle, and Zichen filled the once chaotic place with resources. Then, the time castle sat on top of these resources and began to operate. In the following time, Zichen used the resources to repair the Boundless Sect's formation. He didn't know much about formations, so he naturally couldn't repair them to the point where they could block even Saint Kings like before. However, he could repair them to the point where they couldn't be killed or destroyed. Moreover, there were a few killing formations that were still intact. After filling them with resources, they could be reactivated. This was also the Boundless Sect's killing move. The next day, the 5 Elements aristocratic families and the Heavenly Killing Alliance sent the lost cultivation methods to the Boundless Sect one after another. At the same time, these 2 forces also sent a lot of resources. In just a few days, the Boundless Sect had collected a lot of resources. Although these resources were less than 1% of what they had at their peak, for the current Boundless Sect, it was enough for them to use. Moreover, with the cultivation methods, their combat strength would also increase. Zichen took out the resources of the Heaven Realm and the Saint Realm and slowly filled the bodies of the dozens of Boundless Sect's disciples. In terms of their former identities, they had all become Heaven Realm cultivators. After that, he chose the corresponding cultivation methods for these people based on their characteristics. They all entered the Time Castle. He believed that the next time they came out, they would all be powerhouses. The Time Castle's time acceleration was currently 1 to 100. Zichen gave them a month to cultivate in peace. As for the Boundless Sect, during this month, he and the strange beasts he brought with him would take care of it. Compared to the humans, these strange beasts were more reliable. Chapter 2467. An unknown skeleton master of the Wuji sect had returned and destroyed the Hu family. He had killed 3 Heaven Realm masters and a saint, and he had only used 1 strike to do so. This news quickly spread to every region of the Tianwu continent. After that, more and more people began to arrive at the Boundless sect. In just a few days, dozens of young children were kneeling outside the Boundless sect. Their clothes were tattered and their expressions were haggard. Each of them had a tragic background. They were all homeless orphans who wanted to find a place to settle down and become a family. There were also some who bore a deep grudge against the Boundless sect and wanted to cultivate so that they could go back and take revenge. Zichen stayed in the Boundless sect and listened to these children talk about their tragic backgrounds every day. He listened to their promises, but he remained unmoved like a cold-blooded person. That was because he couldn't determine whether these people were truly orphans or not. Were they really as tragic as they said? Or perhaps they had met with some family before coming here and had already pledged their loyalty to that family. This was how the world was. He was the undisputed #1 expert, and all the factions feared him. If he wanted to, he could destroy all the factions on the Tianwu continent. However, he couldn't stop those factions from doing these things behind his back. Was this a test for him? Was this a test to see if he could help the Boundless sect rise again? Or perhaps they knew that the Boundless sect was currently lacking people, so they wanted to use this method to arrange for more people to come in case they needed them? It didn't matter whether these people were truly tragic or not. It didn't matter whether they were secretly loyal to the other families. Zichen didn't plan on recruiting them. Compared to the Boundless sect of the past, the current Boundless sect's numbers were pitifully small. However, to Zichen, these people were enough. He didn't have extravagant hopes that the Boundless sect would continue to be the #1 faction. After all, that was just an empty title. As long as these people could mature, as long as the Boundless sect wasn't destroyed, it was fine. Furthermore, if these dozens of people could become people like him, the demon ape and Zhang Haoyan, who would dare to underestimate a sect with only a few dozen people. This was also what Zichen had been thinking when he first saw the dozens of people who had chosen to remain in the Boundless sect. The Boundless sect was going to focus on the path of elite soldiers and generals. In a month's time, 10 years had passed in the time castle under 100 times acceleration. 10 years later, these people appeared one after another. Having been in seclusion for 10 years, their cultivation levels had naturally skyrocketed. The core old woman, Zhang Chutian, and Xiaoyu had all reached the peak of the mortal core realm. They followed Zichen's instructions and didn't immediately break through to the earth core realm. Instead, they went out to train and comprehend their own laws. If they found suitable seedlings, they could bring them back to the sect. Zichen found some weapons that had long since been eliminated from his broken world. These weapons were once extremely famous, but now the souls within them had fallen into a deep slumber. Although they were still sturdy, their power had been greatly reduced. Zichen gave the weapons to Zhang Chutian and said that he wanted to go out for a walk. Ignoring everyone's urging to stay, he left just like that. Watching Zichen leave, Zhang Chutian stood there in a daze. His eyes were not filled with reluctance or regret, but with shock and disbelief. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. "Look at this weapon. Doesn't it look like the Dragon God's bow and Dragon God's arrow?" Zhang Chutian held the black, dragon-shaped bow and arrow in his hand and said, "Dragon God's bow and Dragon God's arrow." Xiaoyu was startled at first, but then her expression changed greatly. The two of them were familiar with the history of the Everlasting Sect, naturally knew what these two weapons represented. Could it be that Senior was the previous sect master? Xiaoyu was shocked. Zhang Chudan said, "Being so familiar with the Everlasting Sect and knowing our ancestor, I think Senior Skeleton should be Sect Master Zichen." The shocked Xiaoyu, on the other hand, became sentimental. But why did Sect Master become like this? In the portraits left behind by the everlasting sect, Sect Master Zichin was extremely handsome. No one could give an answer to this question. They could only think that the lightning divine palace was too terrifying. No one came out after they entered, but after Sect Master Zichin came out, he actually became like this. The skeleton left the everlasting sect and began to travel around the Sky Martial Continent. After that, his figure could be seen in many places of the Sky Martial Continent. During this time, there were people who wanted to become his disciple, and there were also powers who wanted to invite him as a guest, but none of them succeeded. The skeleton traveled around the Sky Martial Continent as if he was looking for something. Sometimes he would stay in one place for a long time. Later on, some people realized that the skeleton stayed in 4 places for the longest time, and in those 4 places, the saint burial grounds appeared. Some people guessed that the skeleton was using this method to tell the people of the Sky Martial Continent that this was the saint burial grounds. It was a pity that no one noticed it. Everyone only realized it after the holy burial ground reappeared. Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu traveled around the continent, just like Zichin and Su Mengyao did in the past. However, how long it would take for them to comprehend their own laws depended on their comprehension ability. The sect protecting formation of the everlasting sect was fully activated. The resources here were enough to maintain the formation and the cultivation of these dozens of people. During this time, when these people reached the human origin realm and came out of the time castle, they would leave the everlasting sect to temper themselves and comprehend their own laws. This time was very long. 100 years later, Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu returned from the Earth origin realm and re-entered the time castle. Dozens of years later, the everlasting sect, which had been silent for more than 100 years, finally had a famous expert appear. Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu, this pair of lovers, became the geniuses of their generation. After so many years of development, the number of cultivators in the everlasting sect still did not exceed 100. Furthermore, they never announced that they were recruiting disciples. As time passed, the everlasting sect, which was once known as the number 1 sect, gradually became mysterious in the eyes of the world. This was a mysterious sect. The number of disciples in the sect was very small, but as long as they came out, they were all experts. Furthermore, when they went out to temper themselves, they were all in the human origin realm. For the Sky Martial Continent that was suppressed by the Great Era, this was an amazing realm. Other than that, these powers naturally did not forget the scene of the Hu clan's destruction. Although they did not know when that skeleton disappeared from the continent, or whether he returned to the everlasting sect to continue guarding it, they did not dare to suppress the everlasting sect in any way, because last time a skeleton had returned. Perhaps there would be other experts returning next time. The everlasting sect became even more mysterious. This mystery reached its peak when Zhang Chutian used the divine dragon bow and the divine dragon arrow to kill his opponent. Everyone knew that these were the weapons Zichin had once used. Whether it was on the Sky Martial Continent or the Zhan Wu Continent, they were extremely famous. However, shouldn't these weapons have disappeared along with Zichin? Why had they appeared again? When the divine dragon bow reappeared, the legendary holy burial grounds appeared one after another, becoming the treasured training grounds of the entire life star. However, only the disciples of the everlasting sect knew that the 4 holy burial grounds were open to them first. At the same time, among the few disciples of the everlasting sect, only Zhang Chutian and Xiao Yu knew where the everlasting sect's true foundation was. Zichin traveled through the Sky Martial Continent, going to every place. In the end, he sensed something strange, and that was the holy burial grounds. He sensed the aura of saints, and it was a familiar aura. He knew that they were here, but he did not disturb them. He left. He quietly left this world, left the Sky Martial Continent. He entered the Star Road. Now that the everlasting sect was settled, it was time for him to find a way to restore his physical body. Only the God race had this method. If he wanted to enter the God race, he had to enter the Star Road first. Entering the Star Road again, Zichan was filled with emotions. This place was no longer as bustling as before. The scene of Heaven Realm experts could be seen everywhere. Even though 5,000 years had passed, there were still very few cultivators here. Sometimes, even after entering a few planets, he could not find any traces of cultivators. The buildings of the past were still vivid in his eyes, but they were already empty. Because of the appearance of the lightning divine palace, the exit of the Star Road opened. Almost all the forces and loose cultivators left. Some of them chose to return to their own worlds, while others entered the lightning divine palace, never to return. Because he was far away from the sky martial continent, the suppression of the rules on Zichan was no longer that obvious. Other than the suppression of the soul realm, he could already fly freely in the Star Road. It was just that the suppression of the soul realm still existed, so even those experts who came to the life stars of the Star Road found it hard to break through. Zichan advanced towards the depths of the Star Road. After passing by some forces that he was familiar with, he did not stop, because some of those forces no longer existed, and some of them no longer had any old friends. He went straight into the depths of the Star Road, and then felt the call of the God's world. That was the call of the Star Road for all experts above the Saint King realm. After entering, there was no chance for them to come out. Zichan was lucky. After entering, he came out. If it was anyone else, they would not be willing to enter again in their lifetime, because there were too many experts trapped there. But this time, Zichan still wanted to go in. His sealed soul responded to the summons. The void in front of him distorted, and a spatial passage appeared. This was the passage that led to the depths. He did not hesitate and immediately entered that world. Chapter 2468. Thunderous, when his figure reappeared the moment his feet touched the ground. Zichan felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. Read the full text. In the face of this pressure, his figure became unstable, and he instantly knelt on the ground. Beside him, the 4 people who appeared at the same time as him were also in a similar situation. Their faces were pale, their backs were bent, their legs were on the ground, and their hands were on the ground, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. In addition to this huge pressure, there was another mysterious energy that filled this place. This energy isolated the heaven-defying energy in his body in an instant, blocking his soul perception. It was as if his body had been reinforced with layers of seals. At this moment, under these layers of seals, Zichan became an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. He couldn't fly, couldn't use energy to attack, and couldn't use his soul to perceive other things. What's going on? Such an unforeseen event shocked the 5 people. They looked at each other and saw the same expression on each other's faces. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. If it was just one person in this situation, they wouldn't know what to do. After gradually adapting to the pressure around him, Zichan stood up and straightened his back. When he raised his head, he didn't see Yi Qian, who had arrived first, but he saw something else. There were houses here. The houses stood in an irregular pattern. They looked very old, and some were even very dilapidated. Most of these houses were made of wood, and there were very few of them made of earth. Occasionally, there would be a few tall stone houses. Seeing the scene in front of them, Jia, Tu, and Huang, too, were quite surprised. They looked around curiously and were in high spirits. But when Zichan saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Everything in front of him immediately reminded him of what had happened in the Tianmu continent. At that time, there was a small village. The first time, Zichan saved that small village from the hands of assassins. The second time, he and Wang Xian were hunted down and fled to that village, where they received help from the simple villagers. The village that gave him a feeling of dilapidation was very similar to the scene he was seeing now. But in that village, the people who lived there were all mortals. And the place Zichan was stepping on was known as the most mysterious place on the star path, a place closely related to the god race. How could such a place look like a village in the mortal world? Jia, Tu, and Huang, Tu, had never left the star path before, so they had never seen mortals before. They were very curious about the structure in front of them, but Zichen knew very well that this was the worst building in the world. The current Martial Heaven continent had been transformed by him. Everyone was a cultivator. It was almost impossible to find another place like this that had already become Zichen's memory. Seeing this today made him relive those memories. Could it be an illusion? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and prepared to mobilize the perfect spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness to dispel this scene that he should not have seen. However, he soon opened his eyes and revealed a bitter smile. His soul was sealed and he couldn't use his perfect spiritual sense. He was just like a real mortal. Is this a test? Was it a test of one's mental state? As long as I pass this stage, I will be able to return to normal? Zichen guessed in his heart. He didn't believe that all of this was real. The most mysterious place on the star path would have such a scene. People living in the most mysterious place on the star path would live worse than mortals? Be careful. This might be an illusion. Looking at the four curious people, Zichen kindly reminded them. An illusion? But all of this is so real. One of the saints said. Zichen remembered that the other party was called Jia Tu and Ming Tuesday. Since this place is known as the most mysterious place, it's not strange that there is such a realistic illusion. Zichen said again, "Are you so sure that this is an illusion?" Jia, Tu, and Huang, Tu, looked back at Zichen. The other four also turned back. They lived in different environments and had never seen such a strange and peculiar building. Zichen nodded and said, "In our world, the residence of mortals is like this, and most of the mortals build stone houses. Places like this are the most dilapidated. In the words of mortals, there is no labor in this kind of family, and life is very difficult." Mortals? What is that? Jia, Tu, and Ming Tu asked curiously, as if they had heard a magical species. Humans who have never cultivated any techniques, don't know how to use energy, and don't have soul power. Zichen thought about it and really didn't know how to explain it to them in detail. He could only point at himself and say, "Just like our current situation." In this way, not only did the four not have the slightest worry, but it even aroused their curiosity. Jia, Tu, and Ming Tu sensed their own situation and jumped on the spot twice. They said in surprise, "Is that so? We can't even fly. There is no energy, so we can't use aircraft. Do we rely on teleportation formations?" Mortals can't enter the teleportation formation. The power in the teleportation formation will tear them to pieces. Zichen said helplessly, "If you can't use the teleportation formation, then wouldn't it be boring to stay on a planet for the rest of your life?" Boring. At this time, the other party actually thought of the word boring. Zichen was speechless and could only explain, "The planet we're on is very big, about 100,000 times the size of your Jia, Tu's main planet." Huh. The four were very surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect a planet to be so big. Looking at the four's exaggerated expressions, Zichen said helplessly, "We're talking about an illusion, right? Now, in our world, there are no mortals anymore. And this is the center of the star field. How can there be a place where mortals live? So, I'm sure this is an illusion." This was the deepest part of the star path, and it was indeed impossible for mortals to live here. The four agreed with Zichen's point of view and nodded. One of the saints asked doubtfully, "But what's going on with our situation? Our energy has been sealed. Does that mean we've become mortals, like you've said? Are we going to live here next? If we want to break the illusion, we can't let it continue to develop. Now, let's not move. As long as we don't move, it won't trigger the illusion. Let's not move. Wait for the person controlling the illusion to move first, and then we'll break the illusion step by step. But how can we break it? Have we already become mortals? We can only wait and see if anything unusual happens. But under normal circumstances, to break the illusion, we need to be stronger than the controller of the illusion. But our strength is almost all sealed, so this method obviously can't be used. So we can only destroy things that might interfere with us. Zi-Chen's calmness was convincing, and his certainty made people feel at peace. Just like this, the 5 of them stood in place, motionless. As for their eyes, they were looking around to see if anything unusual happened. A moment later, the sound of heavy hammers hitting iron could be heard. Zi-Chen could tell that this was the sound of weapons being forged. It was very loud and powerful. "Is this a change?" Jia asked. Zi-Chen didn't speak, and his expression became solemn. The sound lasted for nearly half a quarter of an hour and then stopped. From a slightly dilapidated room, a bare-chested, strong man walked out. He was sweating profusely, and his sweat soaked his pants. After coming out, he walked towards Zi-Chen and the others. After seeing the strong man's appearance, the 4 saints from the Jia family all changed their expressions and looked at the strong man walking over in disbelief. "Do you know him?" Taking in the expressions of the 4, Zi-Chen's heart moved and he asked. The 4 nodded, and Jia said, "He's an elder of the family and has been here for many years. This is one of the changes." "Don't be fooled," Zi-Chen said in a deep voice. The 4 nodded. The strong man came in front of the 4, sweating profusely, ignored Zi-Chen, and looked at Jia and the others and said, "You guys, who wants to go with me?" The 4 looked at each other and then turned to Zi-Chen for help. "Who are you?" Zi-Chen stared at the strong man and asked, "Go away, I'm not asking you." The strong man glanced at Zi-Chen and said unhappily, "Kill him." Zi-Chen said again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Huh." The 4 saints were stunned again. "He's fake, it's just an illusion. He's not from your family. Hurry up and do it, or something will happen." Zi-Chen emphasized. Jia and Huang Tu had known Zi-Chen for a long time, and knew that he never joked, so without saying anything, they mobilized their energy and were about to go forward. But they soon found that they had no energy to mobilize, so they could only clench their fists and hit the other party's face. Although they had no energy, their physical body was strong enough. So this attack was much stronger than a mortal's, and it carried a whistling sound. Seeing Jia and Huang Tu attack, the strong man looked back at Zi-Chen again. This time his expression was full of disdain. With a light flick of his sleeve, Jia and Huang Tu's punch changed direction, and they staggered and flew out. "Kill!" When the other 3 saw this, they also shouted and rushed forward. Without energy, they could only use the power of their physical bodies. The strong man stood in place and didn't move. He just stretched out his hand and waved it 3 times in front of him, and then the 3 of them flew out. "Trash! You're all trash!" Ignoring Zi-Chen, who was in a daze, the strong man looked at the 4 people on the ground and said with dissatisfaction, "Jia raised you for trash? You can't even distinguish between real and fake things?" The 4 stood up, looking vigilant, and didn't know how to answer. Zi-Chen had been staring at the strong man. After seeing him attack, he suddenly remembered what Jia and Qixing had said before. Ability, physical body, weapon. Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, but a real test? Just as Zi-Chen was puzzled, the strong man pointed at Jia and Huang Tu and said, "You're the stupidest and idiot. Come with me. The 3 of you stay here." After saying that, without waiting for Jia and Huang Tu to decide, he stepped forward and grabbed Jia and Huang Tu by the collar, dragging him towards the room he had just walked out of. Zi-Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, he clearly saw the other party use a physical body control technique to easily resolve Jia and Huang Tu's uneasy resistance. Then he easily grabbed his collar and left. Chapter 2469. Thunderous, Jia, Tu, and Huangtu were taken away, just like that, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded people. The 3 of them didn't chase after him because they felt that he was the ancestor of their family. After that, the 3 of them looked back at Zichen with a pleading look in their eyes. Maybe I was wrong. This isn't an illusion. It seems to be a test. Zichen thought seriously and said in a deep voice, "Test? What test?" Jia, Tu, and Ming Tu asked. "I'm not sure. Let's wait and see." The things here were indeed beyond his expectations. At this moment, Zichen's mind was recalling the other party's attack just now. Maybe the 3 of them couldn't sense anything and felt that their strength was just sealed, so their combat strength was greatly reduced. But Zichen, who had learned close combat, knew very well that the brawny man just used physical combat techniques, and his use of power was very clever. Even if the 2 sides fought with energy, they would still have no power to resist. What exactly is this place? Zichen's heart was filled with curiosity towards this area. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, they finally saw figures in their line of sight. It was 3 people, 3 old men. The 3 saints from the Jia Tu family were stunned when they saw the 3 old men, and they looked at each other in disbelief. "You know each other?" Zichen asked. The 3 nodded, looking very excited. Jia Tu and Ming Tu said directly, "One of them is a direct ancestor of my bloodline." How could this be? Zichen was stunned when he heard this. The 3 people quickly walked over. They were wearing very simple clothes, and one of them was even patched. After coming in front of the 4 people, the 3 people of the Jia Tu family quickly bowed. Zichen didn't know the situation, and just stood there and watched, not saying a word. The 3 old men didn't look at Zichen, but looked at the 3 people up and down. Their expressions were like looking at cattle waiting to be traded, and the 3 people looked away when their hair stood on end. "Just nice, one for each of us. Who's going to pick first?" The old man with patched robes, who didn't seem to be leading a good life, spoke first. "Pick whatever you want. Just make sure you don't die," the second old man said. The 3rd person nodded. Then they casually chose the person closest to them and said, "Let's go!" From the beginning to the end, the 3 old men did not even look at Zichen, completely ignoring him. As the 3 of them left, they kept looking back at Zichen with every step they took. It was obvious that they were still very nervous. "What are you looking at? You don't even know if you can live past tomorrow, and you still have the time to care about others?" One of the old men said indifferently. Hearing the other party's words, it proved that the other party could see Zichen and had indeed ignored him. Those words also contained an extremely deep meaning. They would not be able to live past tomorrow. Could it be that there was some hidden danger here? Speaking of which, in such a place where one's strength was completely sealed once he encountered danger, it would definitely be fatal. However, as a newcomer, Zichen had no idea what he should do at this moment. Wait? It seemed like that was the only way. However, the village in front of him was like the same. There were only houses and no people. If he continued to wait here, what could he wait for? Look around? Zichen immediately dispelled this idea. Other than these dilapidated houses, he couldn't see anything else. As for entering those houses, it was obviously even more impossible. It seemed like he could only wait. Soon 2 hours had passed. The sun was gradually setting, and Zichen felt a chill in his heart for no reason. The 4 people who had left earlier could no longer be seen. Even the house that Zichen could see Jia Tu and Huang Tu walking into no longer emitted the sound of hammering iron. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, and still seeing no one else, Zichen was a little flustered. Just as he was hesitating in his heart about whether to look around, he saw an old man walk in from outside the village. The robe on his body had many patches, and his face was old and full of wrinkles. His back was slightly hunched, and he carried a pickaxe on his back. He was dragging his tired body step by step, walking into the distance. The other party didn't notice Zichin and walked in another direction. The feeling he gave Zichin was that this was a lonely old man with no children from a poor family, living a very poor and hard life. Although he kept reminding himself that this was the depths of the star path, and it was impossible for such a situation to occur. However, everything in front of him was so real. Those tired eyes that hunched back, the wrinkles on his face, they were all so clearly visible. After walking into the village and another 100 meters, the old man seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look this way. He saw Zichin, and Zichin was sizing up the first person who had appeared after a long time. The two looked at each other, and Zichin saw a pair of turbid and tired eyes. The other party was like a real mortal old man, without the slightest trace of an expert. "Hey!" The other party saw Zichin and sized him up a few times. He let out a cry of surprise and then walked over. The other party held the pickaxe with one hand and put the other hand on his waist, where a gourd was tied with a rope. It was unknown whether the gourd was wine or water. The other party opened the stopper and raised the gourd with his calloused hand. He took a sip and then smacked his lips in satisfaction. Looking at the other party's expression, Zichin guessed that it should be wine. At the same time, he guessed that this was an old man who knew how to enjoy hardship. He didn't speak and quietly looked at the other party. The other party was very unfamiliar, and he had never seen him before. His soul was suppressed, and he couldn't perceive the other party's aura. The old man came in front of Zichin and sized him up. Then he looked at the sky and said, "What a pitiful little guy. Are you willing to follow me?" Zichin didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. It seemed that this was his only choice. According to the words of the old man from the Jedu family, there seemed to be some kind of danger here. This kind of danger couldn't be encountered during the day, so perhaps it would appear at night. "Let's go." The old man turned around and walked towards the distance with his tired body. Zichin walked behind him. Looking at the old man's appearance, he couldn't help but say, "Old mister, do you want me to help you carry this thing?" "No need. It's going to be dark soon. We have to speed up," the old man said without turning his head, but his speed wasn't very fast. This made Zichin even more puzzled. During this time, Zichin passed by a house and found that the doors were all closed. Occasionally, he could hear sounds coming from those houses. It could be seen that there were people inside. The old man's residence was relatively at the back. It was a wooden house, and it was very dilapidated. Looking at the old man's clothes, Zichin could also guess that the other party's life wasn't very satisfactory. It was normal for him to have this kind of residence that could only block the wind and not the rain. After entering the room, the old man put down the pickaxe against the wall. Zichin followed him in. Not surprisingly, he didn't see any decent furniture. "It's dark. Hurry up and close the door," the old man said again. This was the second sentence he said to Zichin. Zichin nodded his head and was about to close the door behind him. However, when his hand landed on the door, the expression on his face changed. It was as if the door in front of him wasn't a wooden one, but an iron one. It was incomparably heavy. However, even if it was an iron door, Zichin, who had a saint-level physical body, should be able to easily move it. Even if it was a mountain, Zichin could still move it. However, no matter how hard he tried, the wooden door didn't move at all. How can this be? Zichin could feel that his energy was sealed. However, his saint-level physical body was still there. The strength he used was tens of thousands of times stronger than a mortal's. Yet, he still couldn't move the wooden door at all. It wasn't until he exerted force with both hands that the wooden door trembled slightly. Then it moved slowly. Every time it moved, Zichin had to expend a lot of energy. At this moment, the old man was standing behind Zichin. As he watched Zichin close the door with all his might, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his muddy and tired eyes. After the door was closed, Zichin was so tired that he almost collapsed. He leaned against the wooden door and slowly sat down. He was constantly panting and sweating profusely. Just closing a door was more tiring than fighting a sage ruler. The room was pitch black. Only the sound of Zi-Chen's rapid breathing could be heard. After that, an oil lamp emitted a dim light. At least there was some light in the room, but the light was too weak. Zi-Chen's hand flashed, and he took out a luminous pearl. The pearl emitted a bright light and illuminated the entire room. It had to be said that a luminous pearl in such a dilapidated room was out of place. The old man glanced at the luminous pearl and didn't say anything. "Old man, what's going on?" Zi-Chen asked curiously as he placed the luminous pearl on the wooden table. "I'll go cook first. I'm tired from the day. Eat first." After the old man finished speaking, he walked into a side room. That seemed to be the kitchen. "Old man, I have some food here. There's no need to cook." As he spoke, Zi-Chen took out some good food. These were all from the interspatial ring. However, he quickly noticed a problem. His soul perception had been blocked. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to take anything out. However, he was able to take it out. Moreover, it was very easy. However, when Zi-Chen tried to put the things back, he realized that he couldn't put them back. In other words, after the things arrived in this world, they couldn't go back. If they couldn't go back, so be it. Zi-Chen didn't feel bad. It was just some food and a luminous pearl. It wasn't a big deal to leave them here. Moreover, the old man had taken him in. "If you want to eat it yourself." The old man walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of something that looked like porridge. Moreover, it was slightly black. At first glance, it didn't look appetizing at all. Zi-Chen politely declined. He took out the food from before and gave it to the old man. However, the old man rejected it. After that, Zi-Chen ate his own food. All kinds of lights shone, and all kinds of spirit energy fluctuations. It was simply a delicacy. As for the old man, he finished the 2 bowls of black porridge. Then he drank a mouthful of wine from the gourd. He seemed to be very satisfied. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he didn't care about Zi-Chen's mess. He threw a tattered set of clothes to Zi-Chen and said, "I'm sleepy today. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you tomorrow. This place is small. You can sleep on the floor." After that, the old man went back to his room to sleep. Under normal circumstances, Zi-Chen wouldn't feel sleepy even if he didn't sleep for decades or centuries. However, he suddenly felt very sleepy. He took out a comfortable blanket from his spirit ring and slept on the floor. That night, he faintly heard the wind. The next day, when Zi-Chen woke up, he was stunned. Chapter 2470. Siandere. Before he fell asleep, Zi-Chen had a very new bedding on and under him, but when he woke up, he found that there was nothing on him. Only a light sand-like dust fell on his body. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text with no advertisements. His whole body was completely naked, and even the clothes on his body were gone. He hurriedly took out new clothes from the space ring and put them on. When he got up, he saw that the luminous pearl on the table beside him yesterday was gone, and there was more dust. Next to the luminous pearl, the tableware and food that Zi-Chen didn't clean up yesterday had all turned into dust. Zi-Chen could feel the passage of time from the sand and dust. It was as if millions of years had passed in this place. Obviously, all of this was not done by the old man, but by the environment here. He looked not far away, and the tattered clothes that were sewn with many patches and didn't fit very well were still there. He was deep in thought. After that, he felt hungry, a kind of hunger that made his stomach rumble. He clearly ate something last night. Moreover, he usually didn't need to eat. "You're awake." Just as Zi-Chen was puzzled, an old voice came from behind him. The old man walked out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of dark porridge, just like the one he had last night. Putting the porridge on the table, the old man said, "You must be hungry. Drink this first, and then you can ask." This time, Chen didn't refuse. He nodded, sat down, and began to eat the porridge in big mouthfuls. This porridge didn't seem to have any nutrition, and the taste wasn't very good, but it was filling. After a few mouthfuls, Chen's previous hunger disappeared. After finishing the porridge in the bowl in one breath, Chen put down the bowl, thanked the old man, and asked, "May I ask where this place is?" "You came here by yourself, and you still don't know where this place is?" The old man looked at Chen and said calmly, "This is the deepest part of the star path, the most mysterious place on the star path?" Chen was shocked. A powerful cultivator turned into a mortal. Is the mystery of this area not enough? Isn't this a test? As long as we complete the test, won't our energy be restored? Chen asked with wide eyes. That's true. If this place is really a test, then this old man has been here for a long time. It seems that I have no hope of completing the test in my lifetime. The old man shook his head and sighed. Advertisement. Since I can't complete the test, can I leave? Those who enter cannot leave. They will never be able to leave. The old man obviously didn't want to continue this topic. He said directly, "This is a new space and it has its own order. Most of the things in the outside world cannot withstand the erosion of time. Just like what you saw in the morning, they will turn into sand and disappear under time. This world only recognizes what it recognizes." "What kind of world is this?" Chen asked again. Obviously, this question was the one that really hit the nail on the head. The old man said, "It is said that this is a world created by the strongest Protoss. It has its own order and rules." "Is the strongest of the Shun clan a heavenly god?" Chen was shocked. The old man shook his head. "If it's not a heavenly god, could it be in existence stronger than a heavenly god? That's just a rumor. This old man doesn't know." The old man shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "Sir, have you always been here? Then, do you know where to find holy weapon?" "I came here mainly for the holy weapon," Chen said. The old man looked at Chen with a strange gaze. "No matter what your purpose is, the first thing you need to do is to survive and be self-reliant." Chen was puzzled. "First, you need to rely on your own labor to obtain food to survive. Right now, you are no different from a mortal. You need to eat every day. Food is the most basic thing. If you don't get food to replenish your strength, you will starve to death. After that, you can build your own residence. This place is not safe at night. No one dares to spend the night outside. Once you have food and a place to stay, you can think about the holy weapon. Even if you meet the requirements and obtain the holy weapon, you can't leave. Why? That's because none of the people who have come here have walked out alive. Not even one." The old man waved his hand. "Even if I tell you this now, you won't understand. Wait until you are familiar with this place. You will know more about this place. I can provide you with a place to stay for the time being, but you have to earn your own food. This old man doesn't keep idle people." "Sir, you said I'm immortal. Are you from the Life Star?" Chen was startled, asking. The old man looked at Chen one more time, his face odd. "If I'm not from the Life Star, why would I care about you? In this place, people are working hard to survive. They don't have time to care about other people." The old man came from the Life Star. This surprised and delighted Chen. According to Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, this old man in front of him was at least a Holy King realm expert. He immediately bowed, respectfully. "I'm Chen. Greetings, precursor. May I know which planet you're from? Please tell me your name. I've forgotten my name. I only remember that my family name is Zhan Wu. Don't mention what happened in the past." The old man waved his hand. "So, you're from the Zhan Wu family? When I was in the Zhan Wu continent, I met a friend from the Zhan Wu family," Chen said with surprise. "All right, we don't have much time. Today, I'll take you to familiarize with this place." The old man stooped to pick up the pickaxe by the wall, carrying it on his back. He turned around and walked to the door. He picked up the stone with difficulty and threw it to the side. Zichen, who was sweating profusely, followed the old man into the slightly damp mine after throwing out the 3 stones. After about 100 meters, they reached the end of the mine. The old man began to work with a pickaxe. Zichen, on the other hand, was in charge of transporting the useless rocks out of the mine and throwing them outside. It had to be said that these stones were very heavy. Zichen's strength was quickly consumed. At the same time, Zichen found that his physical strength was also increasing. This speed was much faster than in the outside world. Could it be that this was the special part of being able to increase his physical strength so quickly? Clang! At this moment, a clear sound accompanied by the old man's laughter sounded. Zichen took a few steps forward and looked forward. Chapter 2471. See under Surti, in the old man's hand was a palm-sized stone that was emitting a dark light. Dollar, cotton, flour, candy small say. Compared to those heavyweight stones, this stone in front of him was obviously a treasure. It should be the black iron that the old man was talking about. The old man smiled proudly. Today's luck is good. This stone is enough for us to improve our food. As he spoke, the old man threw the stone to Zichen, indicating for him to hold it. Then, Zichen let out a strange cry as he was pressed to the ground by this palm-sized stone. He tragically found that he couldn't lift this palm-sized black iron ore. When he first came here, Zichen was very curious about everything. Every day he followed the old man to mine and did some hard work. His strength was constantly increasing. It was much faster than in the outside world. It was even faster than using the rainbow sacred tree. When he came in, Zichen already had a saint-level physical body, but he found that the old man's physical body was much stronger than his. Not only the old man, but all the miners here had stronger physical bodies than him. Then it was obvious that these people who seemed to be at the bottom all had saint-level physical bodies. Although their realms were unknown, in the outside world, the weakest would be a saint king with a saint-level physical body. They could completely crush Zichen. 7 days later, the old man used the harvest of these days to exchange for a pickaxe for Zichen. The pickaxe was exchanged from the blacksmith. The blacksmith was the brawny man who took Jia to Huangtu away. He saw Jia to Huangtu during this period. The latter was not much stronger than him. He was a miner, but he was a handyman for the blacksmith. The moment he had the pickaxe, Zichen began his real mining career and became a real miner. He held the heavy pickaxe and confidently swung it down. With a sonorous sound, sparks flew everywhere. The pickaxe bounced back from the hard stone and almost knocked Zichen unconscious. After a day, he could not knock down more than a few stones. But Zichen was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. If it wasn't for the old man looking after him, Zichen would have starved to death. He was a powerful cultivator, but here he was like a real mortal. This situation continued for half a month before Zichen finally got used to the weight of the pickaxe and the strength of its swings. Finally, the first piece of black iron ore was mined. At the same time, he was able to pick up this piece of ore. Compared to before, he had improved a lot. Of course, 1 black iron ore was the limit. If there was another piece, Zichen wouldn't be able to carry it. After that, Zichen began to rest, waiting for the old man to pick a piece of ore before leaving. Relatively speaking, the harvest from mining was not small. It was enough for them to eat and wear. After being here for half a month, Zichen was already very familiar with the old man. As long as the old man picked up a stone, he would call it a day. Then the food he exchanged for would be mostly exchanged for wine. Quick update, the website's pages are refreshing, and there are few advertisements. I like this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. Sometimes, when the family had accumulated a lot of food, he would not even go up the mountain to mine for reeds. In Zichen's words, he was completely lazy. It had nothing to do with being diligent. In the following time, Zichen quickly familiarized himself with this environment. Moreover, he had a small harvest, slowly accumulating some ores. He had asked the old man about the layout of this place. Other than this village, there were a few other villages nearby. 200 miles away, there was a small town. That was the farthest place the old man had been. There was obviously no holy weapon in the village. If he wanted to get one, he would have to go to the small town. The old man had told Zichen that the chances of having a holy weapon in the small town were very small, unless he went to the city even further away. That was the only city in this world. It was said that it was very big and there were powerful people living there. There were even gods. Of course, this was all hearsay from the old man. He did not know where the city was, nor did he have the strength to go there. Going to the small town was already his limit. If Zichen really wanted to get a holy weapon, he would have to go to the small town first. Then, he would have to find a way to enter the city. Zichen had been working hard. If he did not, he would be like these people, staying here for the rest of his life as a miner. 2 months passed quickly. Zichen had adapted to the cruel environment here. He was always careful not to let any insects get close to him. Moreover, Zichen gradually found that as his strength increased, his soul, which had been blocked, seemed to have some weak senses. After he told this to the old man immediately sneered, "If you want to use energy, you have to be a god." Zichen was not discouraged by this. He could already see that the old man was just idling around and did not have any hope for the future. However, he was shouldering a mission. He had to find a way to get a holy weapon and go back. The old man said that no one could go back. This was obviously wrong. This was because Gato Cheetah had gotten out alive with a holy weapon. Another day, the two left the village again. Carrying pickaxes, they went up the mountain to continue mining. During this time, Zichen had a small harvest. He left all of it in the old man's house and did not go to the blacksmith to exchange for it. The old man said that if he really wanted to go to the town, he should go there to exchange for it. The price would be higher. When they were halfway up the mountain, the old man suddenly stopped and looked ahead. On the mountain, there was an old man and a young man going down the mountain. The two sides just happened to meet. Compared to the old man and young man above, Zichen's team was really in a sorry state. At a glance, it was like a landlord and a slave. Compared to the patched robes of the two, the clothes of the two opposite could be said to be luxurious. In this place, one had to eat and wear before one could pay attention to what one was wearing. There was no doubt that the two of them had a good life here. "Old man, you're not dead yet?" Last time in the mine, the mountain collapsed. "How come you didn't die?" The old man in luxurious robes looked at the old man in front of Zichen and said coldly, "This old man is lucky. I won't die. You should be more careful. This place is full of poisonous insects. Be careful not to lose your life before you can pick the medicine," the old man replied in a neutral tone. It was obvious that the two of them had a grudge. However, what surprised Zichen was the old man's identity. The old man had told Zichen that there were many medicinal herbs on the mountain that could be exchanged for food. However, because there were too many poisonous insects, no one dared to pick them unless they were alchemists. However, the old man in front of him dared to pick the herbs. It was obvious that he was an alchemist. Just like the outside world, alchemists were also a rare species here. Their status was very noble. The young man was wearing luxurious robes and had a medicine basket on his back. There were a few medicinal herbs in it. When Zichen was looking at the other party, the young man was also staring at Zichen. Although they were both mortals, and Zichen could not sense the other party's realm, Zichen could see the killing intent in the other party's cold eyes. He had never seen the other party before, but the other party had killing intent towards him. It was obvious that this was not because of the grudge between the two old men. "You're from the Hua Te family?" Zichen looked at the young man and asked indifferently. The young man's eyes became even colder. He looked at Zichin and said coldly, "Huate Tommy." A cold smile appeared on the corners of Zichen's mouth as he said, "As expected." Since the other party wanted to kill him, there was naturally a grudge between them. In this world, Zichen had not offended anyone. It was obvious that this enemy was from the outside world. There were only 15 people from the outside world who came here. He knew all the people from the Jadu family. The one in front of him was either from the Hua Te family or the Doff family. Because of Doff Hill's inner demon and his conceit, he would not tell anyone about his grudge with him. This left only the Hua Te family. One had to know that there were many saints watching from the outside, so it was normal that they knew him. "You know him." The old man looked at Huate Tommy. "He's the one who told the great ancestor last time." Huate Tommy pointed at Zichin and said coldly, "You dare to behave atrociously in the Hua Te family? You're courting death." He was sure that the other party was one of the 5 who came this time, a genius with a saint-level body. Zichin looked at him and said coldly, "What, you want to fight? Do you know where this is?" "Of course I know." The murderous intent in Hua Te Tommy's eyes showed his true thoughts. The old man was also happy to see this. He took a step back and took out 2 swords, one long and one short, that emitted a dim light from the side of the medicine basket. It could be seen that they were made from black iron, and their quality was much higher than the pickaxe. To the people in the village, they were truly high-grade goods, and the cost of making them was not cheap. Seeing Huate Tommy take the short sword, Zichin subconsciously took 3 steps back and looked at the other party with vigilance. The old man in front of him held the pickaxe in his hand and said to the old man, "Since you're looking for a fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Little guy, be careful. Don't let the sword touch the pickaxe, or you'll have to work for a week for nothing." Zichin didn't say anything. He retreated again, and his expression became more nervous. "What, are you afraid?" Huate Tommy sneered and then moved forward with the short sword. However, he was very afraid of the old man, so he deliberately kept a distance from the old man and walked toward Zichin from the other side. "Be careful." The old man reminded Huate Tommy, "Don't worry, great ancestor. Killing him is as easy as pie." Huate Tommy smiled confidently. Zichin was still retreating, and his expression became more and more nervous. He seemed to be very afraid of the old man, and even the pickaxe in his hand was trembling. He had already retreated from the mountain path to a bush. If he retreated any further, he would completely enter the bush. For people here, there were many insects in the bush, and it was a very dangerous place. Huate Tommy stepped forward step by step, and the black sword in his hand flashed coldly. He looked at Zichin and sneered. "What, now you're afraid? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Zichin didn't say a word, and the cold sweat on his forehead dripped down. The distance between him and Huate Tommy was getting closer and closer. When he was 3 meters away from Zichin, a cold light flashed in Huate Tommy's eyes. He held the black sword and stabbed at Zichin. This sword didn't have any skill, but it relied on the quality and sharpness. If the pickaxe dared to block, it would split in 2 in an instant, and then the guy in front of him would be split in 2. Zichin didn't block it, and he didn't dare to block it. This was a weapon made of pure black iron, and it was very sharp. With his forehead full of cold sweat, he shouted and stepped on the ground. His body jumped up as high as a person, and his body flew into the air. "It's useless, you." Huate Tommy sneered and rushed forward. A green snake rushed out of the bush and opened its mouth to show its poisonous fangs. Chapter 2472. Thunderous, a green snake hidden in the weeds, was getting closer and closer to the retreating Zichin. In the end, the 2 sides were only 2 meters apart. It was already within the attack range of the green snake. Zichin stood in place, not daring to move. The cold sweat on his forehead was not because he was afraid of Hort, but because he was worried that the green snake behind him would suddenly attack. Fortunately, the green snake seemed to be too cautious and did not immediately attack. Hort stabbed with his sword. Zi-Chin stepped on the ground, and the ground shook. The moment he rose into the air, the frightened green snake launched an attack. This attack went straight for him, but he left, and Hort came with his sword. Seeing the green snake in front of him, his face changed dramatically. After living here for more than 2 months, he naturally knew the horror of the green snake. His heart was frightened, but he was not afraid, nor did he panic. The sword in his hand fell, and the rushing green snake was cut in half. Looking at the green snake that was easily cut in half, a sneer appeared on Hort's changed face again. He was very satisfied with the sharpness of the dagger. Zi-Chin, who was retreating, was also sneering. The other party really had no common sense. Without the soul to destroy the green snake's soul, it was impossible to kill a green snake. Sure enough, the second half of the green snake fell to the ground, struggling and twisting, while the first half continued to move forward and bit Hort's wrist. Ah! Hort screamed in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell out. Zi-Chin, who was retreating, kicked a tree that was not very thick. In the outside world, Zi-Chen's foot would instantly collapse this tree. However, in this world, this tree had an unimaginable defense. After his foot landed, a powerful rebounding force was emitted. Borrowing this force, Zi-Chen's figure charged forward once again. Then he flew high into the air and kicked Huate Tang Mi's face. Bang! After being kicked in the cheek, Huate Tang Mi's body flew out diagonally. His face was already black, showing signs of being poisoned. Zi-Chen landed on the ground and rolled on the ground, once again returning to the mountain path, far away from the snakehead. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Just at this moment, a cold shout rang out. It was the old man who was confronting the old man. He was rushing over. The long sword in his hand flashed. The old man didn't dare to take it head-on and dodged. When he turned around and saw that the battle had already ended, his face was filled with astonishment. Clearly, he did not expect the battle to end in such a way. The old man didn't rush towards Zi-Chin, but instead rushed towards Hort Tangmi. When he arrived in front of the other party, he saw that the other party was already poisoned and was breathing heavily. He immediately bent down and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He poured out a dark and swarthy medicinal pill and stuffed it into the other party's mouth. This pill's appearance was very ugly, but its medicinal effect was surprisingly good. Just as it entered his stomach, Huate Tang Mi's stomach rolled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. After coughing out the blood, some of the poison on Huate Tang Mi's face was removed, but it was not completely removed. His life was still in danger. Without saying a word, the old man picked up Huate Tang Mi and rushed forward at the same time. After quickly kicking away half of the snakehead, the short sword flew into his hand. He didn't even care about the bamboo basket containing the herbs and rushed down the mountain directly. "Zi-Chin, just you wait. I, Huate Tang Mi, will definitely repay today's hatred tenfold." When the old man rushed down the mountain, Huate Tang Mi's weak voice also sounded. "I'll wait for you. You'd better call your other 4 companions, and I'll kill them all." Rushing towards the figure fleeing down the mountain, Zi-Chin laughed and said, "Your herbs are good. I'll keep them if I can sell them for a good price. The bamboo basket is also good. Thanks." Hearing this, Huate Tang Mi coughed out blood again. "Brat, your luck is a little too good." The old man picked up the pickaxe again and went forward to pick up the bamboo basket. He looked at the herbs inside and said, "Senior, this is not luck, this is perception." Zi-Chin said seriously. The old man curled his lips. He didn't believe that Zi-Chan could perceive anything here. He asked casually, "Do you have a grudge with that guy just now?" "I don't have a grudge with him. I do have a grudge with the Huate family." "Oh, tell me about it." The old man sat down next to the bamboo basket and took a sip from the wine gourd at his waist. "Aren't we going to mine?" Chin asked doubtfully. The old man pointed at the herbs in the bamboo basket with satisfaction and said, "These are good things. It's enough for us to enjoy a few days of leisure." Knowing the old man's temperament, Chin also sat down at the side. His eyes were fixed on the snake's head and tail that were constantly struggling, as he said, "Back then, when we were in the Star Passage, we had taken control of a star region. In the end, someone who claimed to be from the Hort clan came. That was when our grudge was formed. Then Chen talked about what happened in the Star Path. He talked about how they entered the Hua Te family center and robbed hundreds of planets. In the end, he talked about how the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others intimidated those people and made them return in embarrassment." The old man, who was interested before, listened quietly. His originally indifferent expression was disappearing little by little. Of course, he was familiar with the people Chen mentioned. Although he didn't fight side by side with them, those people's names were like thunder in his ears. Those people were all great sages. They were the top group of people on the Life Stars. Amazing, you know some big shots. What about you? What's your background? The old man pretended to be indifferent. To be able to know those people, Chen's background was obviously not ordinary. "I don't have any background. If you want to talk about identity, I'm a heaven-defying person." Chen said. The old man's indifferent expression disappeared, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. "Heaven-defying person? You're a heaven-defying person?" Chen nodded and said, "Unfortunately, all energy is suppressed here. Otherwise, I could use heaven-defying energy to prove it. Since you're a heaven-defying person, why did the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others let you come here? Even if they don't know the situation here, they should have heard that this area is one that can't be left. This is the promise I made to the Jiatu family. They helped me build a teleportation formation to fight against the foreign races. I helped them come here and take a saint weapon out. Did you come with them? In that case, you're only a saint." The old man's expression changed again. "Yes, Senior, don't you know?" "No, my ass. There's no perception here. How can I know your realm?" "Saint, you're actually a saint. Since you came in with others, it's possible for you to get out." The old man's expression became much more serious. He looked at Chen and said seriously, "Kid, since it's like this, then you can't waste too much time here. You have to make the best use of your time to go to town. When you get there, think of a way to go to that city and try your luck there. Only then can you leave." As he spoke, the old man stood up and said, "Let's go and continue mining." "Didn't we stop mining today? At first, I thought you were the same as me and would never have a chance to get out. But you're different. The way you came in is different from mine. There's a high chance you can get out. Now, you have to hurry up and bring some black iron so that you can find a way to survive in town." After saying that, the old man picked up the bamboo basket and went up the mountain. "Leave that for me. I'll carry it," Chen shouted. Then he stepped forward and touched the snake's head, which had been motionless for a long time, with a pickaxe. When he found that the snake had no reaction, he carefully picked it up and threw it into the bamboo basket with the snake's tail. The old man, who was about to go up the mountain, looked back and said, "It's highly poisonous. If you're not afraid of death, you can stew it and eat it." He thought that Chan wanted to stew it. Chen didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "I need it for something important." On the same day, Chan returned to his residence. After the old man fell asleep, he put the snake's head and body on the ground in front of him. With a flash of light, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. He had asked the old man about weapons. Although most of the things in the outside world couldn't leave the slightest trace in this world and would turn into dust the next day, some strange things were an exception. For example, the rules here couldn't erase saint-level things. He took out the long saber. Without any energy, he couldn't use the saber drawing technique. Fortunately, he could still pull it out. So he pulled out the hilt bit by bit. The broken saber appeared. It was dark, like black iron. In this world, this powerful sacred weapon, called saber, seemed ordinary. Senior Saber Spirit naturally didn't have any reaction. Just as Zichen held the broken saber and looked at it carefully, the broken saber suddenly lit up. Then a ball of light appeared on the broken saber and went toward Zichen's sea of consciousness. The ball of light easily entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. His soul perception was blocked, and Zichen focused all his attention on his mind. His mind started to shine. The ball of light dispersed, and a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. 9 Extreme Saber Art. The moment this voice sounded, a memory appeared in Zichen's sea of consciousness. It was a saber art. Only by using this saber could the saber technique be perfectly displayed in the world. Zichen closed his eyes and carefully read these memories. The appearance of this saber art surprised Zichen. That night, Zichen didn't sleep. However, his mental state was very good, just like when he was in the outside world. When the sky was about to brighten, he opened his eyes and looked at the broken saber in his hand. Then, he looked at the snake head in front of him. After this day, Zichen had a strip-shaped object wrapped in coarse cloth on his back. Even the old man didn't know what it was. He carried it on his back all day and went to the mine to dig. After knowing Zichen's identity, the old man became very diligent. He brought back his harvest every day and didn't change his drink during this time. In his words, he was accumulating wealth for Zichen to enter the town. The old man became energetic. He placed all his hopes on Zichen. On a new day, Zichen dug out 2 pieces of black iron in the mine, which was more than 100 meters deep. The harvest was not small. After Zichen rested, the old man took the pickaxe and went forward. As the pickaxe went down, a sonorous sound was heard. Clang! The entire mine shone brightly. Chapter 2473. Thunderous. The entire cave was filled with black light. The light was pure black, but it was extremely bright. This was pure black and bright. A pile of rocks fell, and at the place where the rocks fell, a palm-sized rock appeared. The pure black light came from this rock. With just one look, Zichen knew that this was an extremely valuable item. Its quality was much higher than the black iron from before. Just as Zichen was about to step forward to observe with a face full of joy, he heard the old man's solemn voice. Go and block the entrance. His voice was low, and his expression was very serious. Zichen, who had experienced many things in his life, knew very well what this expression meant. While he was wondering if there was such a thing as killing and stealing treasures in this world, he did not hesitate to dash towards the entrance of the cave. He had to block the entrance in the shortest amount of time possible. The clanging sound that was often heard when he was flying at top speed suddenly stopped. The huge mine suddenly became deathly silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Zichen knew that something was wrong. It was obvious that the black light had reached the outside world. No matter how fast he could not be faster than the real light. He slowed down as he reached the entrance of the cave. He saw a brawny man carrying a pickaxe standing at the entrance of the cave. A pair of slightly burning eyes were staring at the cave. Zichen had seen this brawny man before. He was from the same village as him, and he lived in a stone house. It was obvious that he lived a good life. His upper body was bare, and the bulging muscles on his body made him look strong and powerful. Beside him, Zichen could also see 2 old men. Their eyes were originally filled with the vicissitudes of life, but now it was different. Their eyes were shining brightly. Zichen, who had slowed down, stopped when he was 5 meters away from the entrance of the cave. He looked ahead vigilantly. He believed that there must be other miners beside these 3, in places where he could not see. Under the black light, Zichen, who was wearing a patched robe, looked a little distorted, little dull, Did you find anything good in here? To people like them who had lived here for a long time, Zichen, who had only been here for a little over 2 months, was indeed a little child, not worth mentioning at all. Zichen stared at him in silence. Hee. Did you discover the sacred black crystal? The muscular man asked again. His eyes flashed with greed. Zichen still didn't respond. The black light behind him grew stronger and stronger. Dollar, cotton, flower candy talk. Are you mute? Do you believe I won't tear you apart? The burly man's face sank when he saw Zichen remain silent. His greedy eyes revealed a wisp of icy cold, killing intent. As he spoke, the burly man took a step forward. Although there was no suppression of his aura, Zichen felt a sense of pressure. Just like a child meeting a gloomy adult, it was inevitable that he would feel fear. Wu-Lu, don't bully a child. If you have the guts, come at me. An old but cold voice rang out from behind Zichen. The old man walked out with a bamboo basket on his back, 2 pickaxes in his right hand, and a crystal larger than an adult's palm in his left hand. When the burly man named Wu-Lu's gaze fell on the crystal, he couldn't look away. Immediately after, a few more heads appeared in Zichen's line of sight. When they saw the crystal in the old man's hand, their faces revealed excitement, and their eyes flashed with greed. The old man calmly walked in front of Zichen and handed the smaller pickaxes to Zichen. Little fellow, remember, no matter what, you can't throw away this thing in your hand. This is the foundation of our survival. Zichen nodded and solemnly took the pickaxes. His heart, which wasn't very nervous, calmed down even more. Amidst this calmness, there was even a little bit of excitement. This excitement came from the depths of his heart about the impending battle. The old man took a step forward. His short stature completely blocked Zichen's path. With his back to Zichen, he looked at those people and said, "Don't make things difficult for a child. Old man, let's cut the crap. According to the rules, everyone who sees it gets a share." The burly man held the pickaxes in his hand and pointed at the old man. "That's right, old man. Everyone who sees it gets a share." An old man next to him said, "It's rare for you to have such a big harvest these past few years. It's only right that you give us a share," another person said. Looking at the 3 people who had spoken, the old man shook his head. "Everyone who sees it gets a share? When was this a rule? Wu-Lu, if I remember correctly, you dug up a piece of sacred black crystal and used it to exchange for a stone house. Did you give us a share? And the 2 of you, Perry Della, since you came here, you have also dug up sacred black crystals, right? However, I don't think you've shared them with everyone, right? That's different. The sacred black crystal I dug up last time was only as thick as a finger. It wasn't enough to share." As Wu-Lu spoke, the 2 people next to him nodded. The old man named Della said, "Old man, everyone has been mining here all these years and nothing has happened. If you had only obtained a little bit of sacred black crystal, we wouldn't have said anything. However, the sacred black crystal you obtained today is too big. The value of such a big piece is immeasurable. Aren't you ashamed to take it all for yourself? Everyone has been mining together all these years. You all know what kind of person I am. I don't care about these things. Normally, I wouldn't mind. However, this is definitely out of the question today. This belongs to this little fellow and can only belong to him. He has to leave this place." The old man said, "What? Give it to him. Old man, are you crazy?" Wu-Lu was stunned and looked at Zichen in disbelief. "He's still young. His future achievements are limitless. He can't be like us and stay here forever," the old man said seriously. "Old man, I didn't expect you to be so great. No wonder you've been here for so many years and haven't improved. There aren't many people left at the same time as you, right?" Wu-Lu's face revealed a trace of ridicule. "Since you're so great, why don't you take care of me? Speaking of which, you should be very clear about my potential. I'm much stronger than this little child. If you give the sacred black crystal to him, he'll only die faster. If you give it to me, I'll still remember your kindness." Seeing the old man's indifferent expression, Wu Lu sneered and said, "Old man, if you really can't make up your mind, then I'll help you. As long as we kill this little child, you'll decisively take out the sacred black crystal." The old man looked at Wu Lu but didn't say anything. He turned to the others and said, "How about you guys? Do you all agree?" The others felt uncomfortable being stared at by the old man. However, when they saw the huge, holy black crystal in the old man's hand, their expressions became serious. One of the old men said, "Old man, if there is wealth, everyone should share it. You are too selfish. Today, you have to give us the sacred black crystal. Then we'll share it equally." The old man looked at these people and nodded his head. These people's faces immediately revealed a happy expression. They thought that the old man had agreed. Unexpectedly, the old man turned around and put down the bamboo basket. At the same time, he handed the sacred black crystal to Ziqin and said, "I haven't exercised my body for many years. Today I can exercise my body. The mining technique I created that year is a little rusty. Today I can practice it." Ziqin received the sacred black crystal with both hands. It was heavy, much heavier than he had expected. Besides the weight of the crystal, the old man's protectiveness was even heavier. He didn't know the old man's name, but the old man had protected him like this. Was it because he was the one who defied the natural order of the life star? But this old man had been separated from the life star for a long time. Let alone the life star, perhaps the martial warrior family had forgotten about him. Along the way, Shi Yan had seen all kinds of shameless people. He had seen all kinds of reasons to kill people to steal their treasures. Thus, he wasn't angry at these shameless people. Because he had killed so many people like this, he didn't mind killing more. What he cared about was the old man's attitude and his protectiveness. As he didn't want to break the old man's protectiveness, Ziqin nodded and said, "Okay, today I'll be a spectator." The old man turned around, walking out of the mine with the pickaxe in his hand. At the moment he walked out of the mine, 2 pickaxes attacked him from the sides. Their speed was really fast. They were the 2 men who had been hiding on both sides of the mine. The old man raised the pickaxe in his hand. Along with the clanging sound, he had stopped the falling pickaxe. Right after that, the old man kicked the 2 men away. "Go to hell." In front of him, Ulu's eyes sparkled with cold light. The pickaxe in his hand drew an arc in the air, slashing toward the old man. The old man bent his waist, dodging the attack. Then he used the pickaxe to hit Ulu's body, pushing him backward. Then the old man spun on the spot and threw a punch. The pickaxe drew a circle, blocking all the attacks coming from the surroundings. Ziqin watched the battle in silence. The old man's control of his power was perfect. His moves were also ingenious. The heavy pickaxe in his hand felt as if it was light. The miners near him also had a good control of their power. However, during the battle, they couldn't get close to the old man. They were blown away, and some of them even coughed out blood. The pickaxe in the old man's hand danced like the wind, stirring up the water. The people around him were struggling. However, these people had a strong body defense. After they were knocked down, they could stand up again. They didn't have any wounds. After shaking their heads, they were lively again. The old man, on the other hand, was rapidly depleting as he fought against several people. His attacks were no longer as sharp as before. He switched from attacking to defending, and then to dodging skillfully. However, for the time being, he hadn't lost yet. Ziqin placed the bamboo basket on the ground and put the sacred black crystal inside. He leaned the pickaxe against the bamboo basket and placed his right hand on his back. He took off the long strip of cloth on his back and placed it on the ground. Then he undid the cloth layer by layer, revealing a long saber with a pitch-black scabbard. Chapter 2474. The The battle in front of them was still going on. The old man was very strong, but in the end he was no match for the combined forces of the miners. Please read this book. The battlefield slowly moved into the distance. The old man was secretly creating an opportunity for Zichen to escape. But if Zichen ran, the old man's life would be in danger. Zichen would not run, and he could not run. He could not implicate the old man who had treated him well. The cloth in his hand had been untied, revealing the black scabbard. He grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and stood up again. He looked out of the cave with a cold gaze. The miners fighting were all saint kings. They could even be said to be saint kings with saint-level bodies. Their bodies were very tough. It was difficult to hurt each other with pickaxes. Every time the old man knocked them down, they could stand up again and charge at him with vigor. The old man had used up too much of his strength. His steps were no longer vigorous, and his reaction speed had decreased. During this time he was hit by Ulu and the others. He was at a complete disadvantage. Soon he would be defeated and his life would be in danger. Zichen turned around, took out the sacred black crystal from the bamboo basket, and threw it out of the cave. He stood beside the cave and said to the people fighting in the distance, "If you want the sacred black crystal, come and get it." As he spoke, Zichen walked out of the cave. His left hand held the scabbard on his back. These people were fighting with the old man for the sacred black crystal. Now that they saw this little guy take the initiative to throw it out, their eyes flashed with greed. "Get lost!" Ulu saw Zichen walk to the sacred black crystal. His greedy eyes flashed with a cold light. He gave up on the old man and roared at Zichen angrily, then rushed over here. He held the pickaxe tightly in his hand, and the veins on his arm bulged. After quickly arriving in front of Zichen, he raised the pickaxe high and smashed it at Zichen. Although the old man intended to intercept the others, there were still a few who managed to get past him and head toward Zichen. They were only slightly slower than Ulu. Looking at this powerful strike, Zichen's expression didn't change at all. His right foot moved a step to the right, and the left hand behind his back, and the scabbard appeared in front of him. They're almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. His body leaned to the right, and his right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. The pickaxe in Wu Lu's hand brushed past the corner of Zichen's clothes and smashed down. Swoosh! His left arm, which had been slightly shaken, did not move at all. Zichen exerted force with his right hand and pulled out his saber from its sheath. Here, energy couldn't be used, and Zichen couldn't display his stunning knife-drawing technique. However, he could still exert strength, so his action of pulling out the saber was still very elegant. When the saber was unsheathed, black light flickered on the broken saber. Without the saber glow, the power of the knife-drawing technique was completely negligible. However, Zichen was not simply unsheathing his saber. While he was unsheathing his saber, he continued to exert force in his right arm. The black, broken saber slashed diagonally upwards. It was as if it could lift the sky. It extended from Wu Lu's left abdomen to his right shoulder. Wu Lu's clothes, which were also patched up, were instantly torn apart by the saber. The defense around his body, which was so strong that even the pickaxe couldn't break through, was instantly cut open by the broken saber. This saber move was an advanced version of the knife-drawing technique. It was somewhat similar to the essence of the knife-drawing technique that Zichen had comprehended. However, it was much more powerful than the original knife-drawing technique. This was because this was the knife-drawing technique that was recorded in the Ninth Heaven saber art. This saber move was an attack with no return. The broken saber in his hand was no longer sheathed in an instant like before. Instead, it was pointing diagonally at the sky, flowing with black light. Wu Lu's attack missed. His body froze on the spot as he stared blankly at the wound on his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The little guy, who he had never taken seriously, had actually taken out a weapon and broken through his defense so easily. One had to know that even that old man hadn't been able to get a weapon all these years. He had once had the opportunity to get a weapon, but he had chosen the stone house because he didn't need a weapon. He wouldn't fight here either. However, today when he saw the long wound on his body, regret appeared in his heart for the first time. However, what made him regret even more was the black blood that flowed out of the wound. His body couldn't help but sway, and he felt dizzy. You! He looked at Zi-chan in disbelief. At that moment, his expression was filled with shock and deep fear. With the scabbard in his left hand and the broken saber in his right, Zi-chan no longer paid attention to Wu Lu. Instead, he took a step to the side and went around him. The broken saber in his hand didn't return to the scabbard. Instead, he slashed forward. In front of him, the second person who appeared was Perry. When he saw the broken saber in Zi-chan's hand, he was obviously shocked. At the same time, he changed the direction of his attack to a block. In this world, a weapon was a very high-level item. Compared to the lowest level of pickaxes, it was much more advanced. Swoosh! As the broken saber slashed down, there seemed to be a faint flash of black light. The pickaxe in Perry's hand immediately split into two. At the same time, the broken saber slashed down, cutting the space between his eyebrows and falling down from his face. Perry's movement froze. Zi-chen's face was expressionless. His body, together with the broken saber, turned in a circle at the same time. The broken saber and his body drew an arc in the air. Within the arc, Zi-chen dodged LA's attack. Following that, the broken saber chopped off the other party's arm that was holding the pickaxe. With a scream, De-la held the severed arm with one hand, allowing the blood to gush out as he retreated in horror. This scene happened almost instantaneously. Before the others could react, Zi-chen had already taken 3 steps forward, leaving Ulu and Perry behind. His eyes stared indifferently at De-la. The latter was terrified and kept retreating. As for the others who had reacted, they had already stopped in their tracks. They looked at Zi-chan in horror, who had a cold expression on his face. Not far ahead, the others who were fighting with the old man also stopped and looked over in shock. The little guy that they had not taken seriously at first had defeated 3 of them in an instant. The old man was also shocked. He knew that Zi-chan had been carrying something wrapped in cloth all day, but he did not know what it was. He did not expect it to be a broken saber that had been baptized by the rules of this place. Its quality was extraordinary. After glancing at these people indifferently, Zi-chen turned around with the saber in his hand. He walked past Perry and came to stand behind De-la. At this moment, De-la's body was suffused with a black light. The poison that had been smeared on the blade had begun to invade his heart meridians. He trembled as he took out a porcelain bottle from his chest. He poured out the only elixir from it and was about to put it into his mouth. As long as he took the elixir in time, his life would be saved. As for the wound on his body, it was not a fatal injury. With his strong physical body, he could completely recover. However, before he could put the elixir into his mouth, he heard a cold voice behind him. "This elixir is useless to you. Don't waste it." De-la was heavily poisoned and his movements were slow. He did not know what was happening behind him, but he knew that this was something very bad. It could even endanger his life. He did not know what was happening behind him, but the others behind him saw it clearly. They saw Zi-chen raise the broken saber that had not yet been sheathed and slash at LA's neck without hesitation. It was as easy and casual as cutting melons in grass. Puff! With a soft sound, LA's head flew up. Blood spurted from the headless body. The broken saber was sheathed in an instant. Zi-chen took a step forward and snatched the broken saber that was about to spurt blood. His figure quickly moved away. 2 drops of blood stained his patched robes, corroding 2 small holes in them. The entire mine was dead silent. Only the sound of blood spurting could be heard. De-la had become a headless corpse. Perry stood there motionless. The visible skin on his body had turned pitch black. After about 3 breaths, his body fell backward. 3 people, 2 dead. In addition to the poison, Perry's fatal wound was the scar that ran from his forehead to his cheek. Dela, who had fallen backward, was still alive. However, he had lost an arm. Moreover, the poison had begun to invade his body. His skin was faintly pitch black. Poison, his saber is poisoned. He shouted in horror. However, his eyes looked around with a pleading look. He wouldn't die even if he lost an arm. As long as the poison was detoxified, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, at this moment, the people who had fought side by side with him all subconsciously avoided his gaze. Regardless of whether these people had an antidote, even if they did, they would save it for their own survival. Who would be willing to give it to someone else? Chen grabbed the scabbard and looked indifferently at Dela. He had an antidote in his hand, but Dela clearly didn't have the guts to ask for it. The old man was astonished by Chen's combat strength. Although he hadn't seen it before, he could guess the movements of Chen's attacks and the changes in his footwork based on the traces left behind on the battlefield. It had to be said that this person had a very good grasp of combat. He was also very skilled in controlling his strength. If one were to treat such a person as a newcomer to this place, that would simply be courting death. Save me, old man, save me. I don't want the sacred black crystal anymore. From now on, everything I have is yours. My life is also yours. Dela, who had been poisoned, didn't want to die. When he saw the old man, he immediately knelt down and begged as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. The old man stood where he was. The pickaxe in his hand was mottled with blood. He looked coldly at Dela, who was begging for mercy without saying a word. He wasn't a miner. He was a saint king, an existence who killed decisively. Although the years of being a miner had wiped out his spirit completely, today his blood had been completely stimulated, and the coldness that belonged to the bottom of his heart was also revealed. Being kind to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Dela collapsed in fear. Even when he died, no one came to his rescue. Perhaps it was because they didn't want to or because they didn't dare. The first 3 people to attack Chen died just like that. However, the others were still alive. When Chen's cold eyes landed on them, their hearts trembled. They were terrified. Chapter 2475. Thunderous, the originally inconspicuous little fellow, had suddenly turned into a demon with fangs. The other miners were frightened and subconsciously retreated. The Holy Crow crystal could change their fates, but it was not as valuable as their lives. They had been trapped here for so many years, living like the lowest level of mortals. How big of a difference was there between this and the high and mighty life of a saint king? But they still chose to live like this. They did not choose to give up. In their hearts, their lives were more important than anything else. Looking at Chen, they started to back away. They did so in a very orderly manner, as if they were watching out for the black snake that might appear. Chen did not stop these people. If they were in the outside world, they would all be strong cultivators. Even in this world, they were at the bottom, but they still had strong physical bodies. If it were not for the sharpness of the broken sword, not only would they have been safe, but even he and the old man would have died here. Everyone backed away. Seeing that Chen did not chase after them, they did not continue mining in the mine. Perhaps it was because they were too scared, but they all turned and left the mine. The old man came forward. He looked a bit messy, but his smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. When he came in front of Chen, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad at all. You almost died here, but you seem to be very happy now." Chen walked back into the mine and continued to use the cloth to wrap the broken sword. The old man followed him into the mine. It was rare for him to pick up the bamboo basket. He smiled and said, "Of course I am happy. We have gained a lot today. Plus, I have good news for you. We are moving." "Move?" Chin was a little startled when he heard that. The old man pointed at the dead Wu Lu and said with a smile, "Among these people, Wu Lu is quite famous. He obtained a piece of sacred black crystal. Although it wasn't big as he said, those people tried to snatch it, but it wasn't directly related to its size. Back then, he used that holy crow crystal to trade for a stone house like this. I was jealous of him for a long time. Now that you have killed him, his belongings belong to us, so we can move." "Does no one care about this place?" Chin asked with confusion. Who would care about the people at the bottom? Here, whoever had the biggest fist was the law. Whoever had more money would be the one in the right. "Let's go. Today's harvest is not small. Let's go back and move." The old man carried the bamboo basket, looking very proud. "Please go here to read a book. There's nothing in that lousy house. What else is there to move?" Chin muttered. "That makes sense. Wu Lu's residence must have everything. Let's not move and go directly to Wu Lu's residence." When they went down the mountain, they didn't encounter anything else. On the contrary, after returning to the village, Chin discovered that many of the villagers, who were rarely seen on normal days, had appeared at this moment. Moreover, their gazes all landed on the bamboo basket behind the old man. The bamboo basket was also made of special materials. Its weight was beyond imagination, and it was also very tough. "It seems that the news has already spread." Chen's expression turned cold as he walked into the village. "You didn't kill everyone, so it's natural that the news was leaked. However, these people aren't stupid. They won't do something like throwing away their lives in vain." The old man seemed very calm. Although he didn't greet others wherever he went, his expression was very relaxed. Moreover, the place he went was not his own residence, but one of the few stone houses in this village. During this time, Chin saw Jia Tu and Huang Tu and nodded to the other party. The latter obviously didn't understand the situation here, but he could sense the hostility of these people, so there was a touch of worry in his eyes when he looked at Chin. "Hey, blacksmith, I'm moving. If you have time, come to my house for a drink." The old man said to the blacksmith beside Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. He was the only blacksmith in the village. The black iron that Chin exchanged was all from the blacksmith. "Moving? Where are you moving to? There shouldn't be any houses built here recently, right?" The blacksmith frowned and said, although he had a deal with the old man, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. The other party shouldn't have greeted him like this. In this world, most people were strangers to each other. "Wu Lu gave me the stone house. I'm moving there." The old man smiled proudly. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the others around him changed. There was also a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at the old man. Obviously, Wu Luluaning gave the most valuable house to the old man. The other meaning was that Wu Lu was already dead. "You really need to change that old house of yours. Otherwise, the wind at night will definitely blow you away." The blacksmith replied, then turned around and walked towards his residence. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you coming in to forge?" Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu were stunned. Then they smiled apologetically at Chin and turned to enter the room. Soon, the sound of hammering iron could be heard from inside. The other villagers around watched the two of them leave, their expressions constantly changing. They had heard the news that the old man had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal, which was very valuable. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, when they saw the bamboo basket, they were sure that the news was true. Moreover, Wu Lu was dead, which proved that the news was true. However, because of Wu Lu's death, they were afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. No one was in charge here, so there were naturally no rules. However, everyone cherished their lives. They didn't know how Wu Lu died, so they naturally didn't know the old man, so they could only watch quietly. In the blacksmith shop, Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had successfully advanced from igniter to apprentice, asked while selecting high-quality black iron, "Ancestor, could that news be true?" I hope it's false. If it's really a piece of sacred black crystal the size of a human head, then the two of them won't live to see tomorrow." The blacksmith sneered. "How is that possible?" When those people heard the news of Wu Lu's death, they were all frightened. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu put down the black iron in their hands and looked at the blacksmith in confusion. There are several villages within a radius of dozens of miles. Wu Lu's death can scare the people in this village, but it can't scare the others. The blacksmith shook his head and said, "A piece of sacred black crystal can even tempt me, let alone the others." "Then what should we do?" Wu Lu was bewildered, asking worriedly. "What should we do? It's their business. It has nothing to do with us. Anyway, we didn't rob it. It's already giving the old man enough face." The blacksmith snorted and said, "Although we're all trapped here and can't get out, we still have different factions in our hearts. The old man came from the Life Star. It's no secret. This time he got such a big harvest. He can only blame his bad luck." Looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tu's changing faces, the blacksmith warned them, "Kid, I'm telling you, don't meddle in other people's business. This kind of thing isn't something we can participate in. Perhaps Jia Tu's people will be implicated. Zichen came with us this time. He's one of Jia Tu's people. If something like this happens, should we just stand and watch?" Said Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. "It's true that he came with us, but he's not one of Jia Tu's people. Remember, it has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to learn everything here and then go to the town to find a way to survive." Then the blacksmith's smithy resounded again. It seemed the blacksmith had made up his mind. Even if the sky outside collapsed, it had nothing to do with him. They came to Wu Lu's stone house. Indeed, it had everything they needed. Although it wasn't a big house, it was much better than the old man's house. The old man was very satisfied with this. Zichen, who was sitting at the side, suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, my black iron is still hidden under the room. Could someone have stolen it?" "It's a secret place. No one should have stolen it, right?" said the old man after thinking for a while. "But what if someone stole it?" "We've been saving it for a long time," said Zichen worriedly. "Yeah, it makes sense. We don't need to go to that shabby house anymore. We should take it back." The old man nodded. Zichen was about to stand up. Most of the things in that house were his harvest. Of course, he couldn't just throw them away. "Let me go. There's a lot of things. It won't be easy for you to carry them alone." As he spoke, the old man put the empty bamboo basket back on his back and walked out of the stone house. Zichen didn't refuse. Watching the old man leave, he sat down on a stone bench and took out the scabbard on his back. He grabbed a dead green snake. He had killed this green snake when he left the mountain. Zichen, who had been through many battles, knew very well how great the effects of a good item could be. Some people would stop because of reason, but others would go crazy because of greed. Carefully smearing the poison on the broken blade, Zichen thought back to the previous battle. He was able to easily kill 3 Saint Kings. It wasn't because he was powerful, but because the broken blade was sharp enough. The environment here limited the Saint King's battle prowess. Without sharp weapons, it was difficult for them to fight each other to the death. But with sharp weapons, they could easily break through their defenses. The only thing the Saint Kings relied on was useless, so they naturally died. Of course, the green snake's poison also played an important role in ending the battle so quickly. Even Saint Kings could be poisoned to death. It looked like this green snake, known as a divine snake, was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it was only its poison that was strong. It was lacking in other aspects, so it was easy to deal with. Just as he smeared all the poison in the green snake's body on the blade, Zichen heard a commotion outside. He raised his head in confusion, preparing to go out and investigate. The door suddenly opened, and the old man appeared with a panicked expression. He closed the door behind him and said, "Don't go out! Those damned bastards are all here. We're in danger this time." Chapter 2476. See, where there were cultivators, there would be disputes. Where there were disputes, there would be factions. This saying was true no matter where it was applied. In this village, the famous Ulu had died, causing the other villagers to be afraid and not dare to have any ideas about the sacred black crystal. However, the villagers of the other villages were not afraid. The miners who had left at the beginning were from the nearby villages. The news that Zichen had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal had naturally spread, so these people had all rushed over. They had either come to watch the show or had ulterior motives. At the very front was the old man that Zichen had met once before. He came from the Hort clan, and beside him was the still very weak Hort Tongi. As an alchemist, Hort Dices was a very wealthy existence in these villages. He didn't care about ordinary black iron that could only sustain the livelihood of the miners. However, a large piece of sacred black crystal was a different matter. Of course, the sacred black crystal was only secondary. Taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the old man was his main intention. In the distance, he saw the old man walking out of the dilapidated house with a bamboo basket on his back. He shouted from a distance. The old man turned around and ran like a mouse seeing a cat. One fled, one chased, and one chased until they were outside the stone house. The old man ran into the stone house and instantly closed the door, hiding like a turtle. No matter how they shouted, he didn't come out. Looking at the closed door of the stone house, they looked very helpless. In this world, everything was far beyond the imagination of the outside world. Even an ordinary wooden house was not something that they could break open with brute force, let alone such a luxurious stone house. As long as the person inside didn't come out, they didn't have the strength to destroy this house. Old man, do you feel good hiding here like a turtle? Turtle, hurry up and get out here. As these people from outside the village shouted, the other villagers appeared one after another. They stood at the side and watched the commotion. They had no intention of going up to help. In the stone house, the old man sat across from Zichen. He looked at the expressionless Zichen rubbing his scabbard and said, "Young people shouldn't be so eager to fight. Those people outside are not easy to deal with. Quite a few of them have weapons on them. If we act rashly, in your words, both of us might die here. Even if I die here, it's still better than being scolded by others." Zichen's tone was indifferent. "You can't even take a little scolding? Just treat them as if they're farting." The old man still didn't care. Full text reading. I have shouldered the curses of the entire world, so these curses are naturally nothing. However, I feel that we don't need to bear such infamy. They came with ill intentions and have ulterior motives. There's no need to tolerate them. It's easy for you to say, but those people outside all have powerful backgrounds. Take that old man Huate, for example. He represents the Huate family. Do you know how many people from the Huate family have come here these years? If you attack him, they won't let you go easily. Rubbing his scabbard, Zichen said, "After all these years, I only know one principle. Whoever has the bigger fist is the reason. It's easy for you to say. You killed one, and soon a group of people will come to reason with you. Do you think you can beat them with your fists? Although there are some existences from the life stars in this world, who knows where they are? Perhaps they are in the legendary city. Perhaps thousands of years after your death, when the news reaches there, they will come to collect your corpse, but only if your corpse is still there." Zichen knew that there were other cultivators from the life stars in this world. However, he had only seen the old man here. Moreover, the old man had come here a long time ago. He was the last one to come here. Zichen grabbed his scabbard, stood up and said, "My principle is simple. If one person comes, I will talk to him. If a group comes, I will talk to them. We will know who is right after a debate." Apparently, Zichen's debate wasn't a real debate. That would only make him die more miserably. What he meant by debate was a battle. He had started off as a rogue cultivator and had finally reached his current position. Clearly, he had been going through a battle. He wasn't afraid of fighting or dying in a battle. I know you're strong, but there's no need for this kind of battle. Moreover, it's getting dark. They don't dare to spend the night outside. The old man eventually persuaded Zichen. Indeed, as the sky darkened, the voices outside became smaller and smaller. Eventually, they all disappeared. Everyone had left. No one dared to spend the night outside. However, it was still unknown if they would come back tomorrow. Those people left when the sky was getting dark. Judging by the time, they couldn't go back. They would all die on the way. They weren't stupid. They wouldn't die so easily. The old man guessed the reason. His relaxed expression gradually became serious. He cursed outside, "These damn things. Are they really going to fight to the death?" "Only fighting is the fastest way to resolve grudges," Zichen said. The old man glanced at Zichen and said, "Unhappily, I'm not stupid. Of course I know this. But they have more people. How can the two of us be a match for them?" Looking at the scabbard in Zichen's hand, the old man said, "You've already used this broken saber. They must know that it's poisoned. If you want to continue to fight unexpectedly, you won't succeed. Although I have some skills, it's only limited to fighting. As for killing people, don't count on this pickaxe in my hand. This thing can only be used for fighting, not killing. I know your fighting competence isn't weak. However, you're alone. 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. If you continue to fight, facing them like wolves and tigers, only death awaits you. Unless you have a special ability, there will be 2 more corpses here." Listening to the old man, Zichen was moved. He asked, "You said an ability. What is an ability after all?" An ability can be an innate gift, a supernatural ability, or some mutation of the body. Being fast is an ability. Having a strong body is an ability. Being able to fly is an ability. Being able to control other things is an ability. There are many kinds of abilities. However, no matter which kind, they are all recognized by the rules of this world. In other words, they are above the rules of this world. This ability is very strong in this world. I heard that it's the strongest thing besides God. The old man gazed at the stone table and said, "I once went to a small town and stayed there for one night. I heard that there was an existence from a life star who had some kind of technique. I heard that his eyes could shoot 2 beams of light. He could kill people with just one look." Seeing Zichen's interested face, the old man curled his lips and said, "I've only heard about it. I've never seen it. I don't know if that little heir was just talking nonsense to make me happy or if it's true. I just thought it was a story for fun when I was bored." "Then, does our village have anyone who knows about abilities?" asked Zichen. "Of course. Blacksmiths can forge weapons. It's an acquired ability. Alchemists can refine mediocre pellets. It's an ability. We can use pickaxes to dig ores. It's also an ability. Everyone can do that." "What kind of ability is that?" Zichen asked with a surprised face. "It's an ability. However, it's the most basic ability. Abilities are different, big or small, but they are all life skills. However, if you want to have an ability to fight, it's too difficult. If you do, you don't need to stay in the village. You can just go to the small town or find a way to enter the city." "How do you get an ability?" "There are acquired abilities and innate abilities. I don't have the specific ability, so I don't know. However, I heard that those very powerful skills in the outside world will become some kind of ability here. However, this should be just a rumor. The skills that I came from the warrior family have not become any ability here." That night, the 2 of them rested very late and started to discuss the matter of ability. After that, the old man could not stand it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. It was obvious that what happened that day was nothing to him. As long as he stayed there, those people would not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, Ulu was rich enough, and the food in the room was also very sufficient. It was enough for the 2 of them to live there for a long time. However, Zichen did not think so. He could not sleep for a long time and had to get up to practice his sword skills. However, he did not practice one move at a time. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, simulating the sword skills in his mind over and over again, just like when he had a soul in the outside world. This efficiency, coupled with actual combat practice, would undoubtedly be faster. The next day, Zichen was woken up by noisy curses. These people did not go back at all last night. It was obvious that they were against them. If this matter could not be resolved, they would not leave. "Don't go out. They are trying to goad you." As if he was worried that Zichen would go out rashly, the old man got up early that day and looked at Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes open, and said, after a night of cultivation, Zichen did not feel tired at all. It was as if he had the power of the soul in him. This was obviously impossible, because having the power of the soul was equivalent to having abilities. The current Zichen undoubtedly did not have any abilities. He got up from his cross-legged position, grabbed the scabbard on his left, and said, "This matter must be resolved. I don't have much time, and I can't always waste it here. Also, I said that I will reason with them." As he spoke, Zichen stepped forward and opened the stone door. The first ray of sunlight shone on his face, illuminating his handsome face with golden light. The curses outside stopped because the stone door was opened. Zichen held the scabbard and stepped out. "Sigh this!" The old man looked at Zichen, who walked out, and sighed helplessly. However, he did not hesitate. He picked up the pickaxe, leaning against the wall, and followed Zichen out. "Today we will fight to the death. If you are not afraid of death, come up." After walking out, he quickly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Zichen. He raised the pickaxe in his hand and said indifferently, although he did not recommend fighting with these people head-on, when it came to a critical moment, the old man did not shrink back at all. The curses all around stopped. Everyone stared coldly at the two of them. In the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of unconcealable greed. Chapter 2477. See under Sir T. Zichen walked out expressionlessly, but he was still very surprised. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website. The updates are also faster. There are no advertisements. The people who appeared around him were far beyond his expectations. It was as if everyone in this village, which he rarely saw, had returned today. Most of the villagers were just there to watch the show with their arms crossed. There were only a dozen people who were looking for trouble. The leader of the group was the old man from the Hort family. It was said that his name was Hortdis. Beside him was the still very weak Hort Toomey. When he saw Zichen appear, his eyes were filled with deep hatred. "Zichen, today is the day you die. If you hand over the sacred black crystal, I can spare your life," he said coldly to Zichen. Although he looked weak, his cold words were full of energy. "You." Zichen smiled disdainfully, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He held the scabbard tightly in his hand. As long as he had the scabbard in his hand, he was full of confidence. Seeing Zichen tighten his grip on the scabbard, Hort Toomey's expression changed, and he subconsciously retreated. He had heard that Zichen had killed 3 miners with just 3 slashes. This kind of combat power was definitely not something he could fight against. Standing at the side, saying some harsh words and cursing secretly was already the limit of what he could do. The people present did not laugh at Hort Toomey's actions. Compared to these people, Hort Toomey was just a child, and a very weak one at that. Just as he retreated, those people all took a step forward. "If you're not afraid of death, then come," the old man said indifferently as he retracted the pickaxe in front of his chest. It was unknown whether it was because of his words, but as soon as he finished speaking, many of the people who had been watching the show with their arms crossed suddenly walked over. As these people walked, their aura was not like that of ordinary miners. Their faces were somewhat fierce, and it was obvious that they were usually brave people who liked to fight. Furthermore, among the people who walked out, several of them were holding weapons in their hands. Having been in this world for a long time, Zi-chan was very clear that in this world, having a weapon was equivalent to having combat power. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 people, and 8 of them had weapons. This didn't include Hotodeski and Hotodeski, who didn't take out their weapons. Among these people, the old man was able to fight to a standstill with a weapon and could barely block 2 people. This situation was very unfavorable for the two, and no one was optimistic about them. As the news of a huge piece of sacred black crystal spread, almost all the villagers in the nearby villages knew about it. Thus, they chose to waste a day to come here and see if there was anything they could pick up. More and more people gathered around. Other than Hort and Tangmi, the other 4 members of the Hort family who had come to this world had also arrived. Each of them had a person by their side, but none of them stepped forward. Looking at the situation before them, there was no need for them to make a move. Jia Tu Huangtu had also arrived, and Jia Tu Mingtu and 3 others had also arrived. They looked at the scene with strange expressions, and only Jia Tu Huangtu's face was filled with worry. "Boy, hand over the sacred black crystal, or die." After everyone had appeared, Hotdes opened his mouth and spoke in a cold voice. The old man did not speak. Evidently, he did not know what to do. Fortunately, he did not choose and allowed Zi-chin to make his own decision. He was willing to follow whatever decision he made. Facing this situation, everyone felt that Zi-chin would make a wise choice. Zi-chin looked at Hotodeski and lightly smiled as he said, "Even though I look a bit young, I'm not stupid. In fact, I'm very smart, many times smarter than that idiot next to you. I can see killing intent in your eyes, and I'm sure that even if I hand over the sacred black crystal, you'll still choose to kill me." A trace of surprise flashed in Hotodeski's eyes. He had never thought that this person would be so observant. He indeed did not plan to let these 2 people off. Even if he took away the sacred black crystal, these 2 people would still die. Those words from before were just the opening remarks before the battle. "Come, let's see if you can take the sacred black crystal from me today." Zi-chin slowly raised the scabbard in his hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. In the outside world, facing so many Saint Kings, he would definitely turn and run. However, in this world, these Saint Kings were no different from mortals, and he was qualified to fight. The others crossed their arms and watched the show. In their opinion, Zi-chin was simply overestimating himself and seeking death. "Stop! Isn't it just a piece of sacred black crystal? I'll just give it to you. Why are you being so aggressive?" Just as the 2 sides were about to fight, a shout rang out. Jia Tu and Huangtu had broken free from the blacksmith's restraints and were running over. He arrived in front of Zi-chin and turned to Hotodeski, saying, "Don't you want the sacred black crystal? I'll just give it to you." Hotodeski glanced at Jia Tu and Huangtu, then turned to look the blacksmith, who had an ugly expression. He turned back and said, "Kid, this is none of your business. Hurry up and get out of the way. Today, we want the sacred black crystal and these 2 people's lives. Do we have to kill them?" Jia Tu and Huangtu asked again, but they only mocked him. "Then come." He took out a short dagger from his sleeve. He clenched one hand into a fist, and the other held the dagger. He placed them horizontally in front of his chest. Obviously, he was going to fight. The blacksmith's face was ashen as he walked over. This was not something they could interfere in. A palm landed on Jia Tu and Huangtu's shoulder. The latter turned around and saw Zi-chin. Zi-chin smiled and said, "Thank you for your help this time, but this is just a personal grudge between us. You should back off." "Aren't we friends?" "How can I back off at a time like this?" Jia Tu and Huangtu shook their heads and said firmly. These words touched Zi-chin quite a bit. He said, "Of course we are friends, but I don't have the bad habit of letting my friends die." They're just a bunch of trash. Trust me, I'm destined to be a big shot. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu believed that Zichen would be a big shot in the future, but the premise was that Zichen could not die. However, from the looks of it, Zichen did not seem to have any chance of survival. Jia, Tu, and Huangtu shook their heads and did not want to back off. But what happened next was not up to them. The blacksmith and a member of the Jia, Tu family stepped forward and carried Jia, Tu, and Huangtu away. Looking at Jia, Tu, and Huangtu, who were still struggling, Zichen looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Old man, go back to the door and guard our sacred black crystal. You don't have to fight this battle." The old man looked back at Zichen in confusion. "I'm used to fighting alone, and I'm also used to using my way to reason with people. You'll be in the way. Although you're a senior, your combat strength is too weak." Of course, the old man understood what Zichen meant. The other party just didn't want him to be in danger. Letting him stay behind was so that once Zichen died in battle, the old man could take out the sacred black crystal to save his life. The main reason why Thunderous had to kill the two of them was because of Zichen. This was because Thunderous, Tangmi, and the others were very clear about Zichen's potential. "If I can't even protect you, what's the point of me living?" The old man shook his head. "You should know that I don't need to be protected. On this life star, people like me don't need to be protected at all. Hey, you too, don't act like you're going to part forever. Soon, you two will be reunited in the underworld," a man with a short sword said to the two of them. Zichen signaled the old man to step back with a resolute look. Holding the scabbard, he stepped forward and looked at the 20-something people in front of him. He said calmly, "Guys, because I'm new here, I don't have any reputation. That's why I'm bullied. So, this time, I want to kill people to establish my prestige. I, Zichen, promise you that I won't let go of anyone who stands in front of me. Today, either I die or you die." His voice was calm and his face was calm. He didn't have any pretense or threatening intention, as if he was just telling a simple story. Those people from a distance looked at Zichen in front of them. They didn't know why, but an inexplicable coldness arose in their hearts, making them shiver. The 20-something people in front of them also changed their countenances. Facing this kind of situation, they were still calm. If they weren't fools, they were crazy. Apparently, they were the latter. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Zichen placed his right hand on the scabbard and slowly pulled it out. A broken scabbard with black light flashed in people's eyes. In front of Zichen, the others were also ready to fight. They were holding weapons or other things that could be used to hit people. The old man sighed and stepped back. Zichen took several steps forward. Those people in front of him scattered, surrounding Zichen. Zichen stood in the center, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken scabbard in his right hand. The people around him stared at Zichen. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone stared in front of them, waiting for the battle that was about to happen. No one said a word. "Kill." The word "kill" came from Hotdesk's mouth. Those people surrounding Zichen started to attack Zichen. A sharp black sword stabbed directly at Zichen's face. Zichen moved his feet and dodged the sword. At the same time, he turned his body again. Another attack brushed past his body. Clang! He raised the scabbard in his left hand. A long sword was blocked by the scabbard. A clanging sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The powerful force shook Zichen and made him unsteady. He subconsciously retreated. Behind him, a short sword was thrusting towards his back. As if it had eyes on the back of its head, Zichen used the force to rotate his body as he retreated. The scabbard blocked the short sword first. The owner of the short sword was knocked away along with his weapon. More attacks were directed at Zichen. Zichen's expression did not change. He bent back instantly. The attacks brushed past his body, gathered above him, and then scattered. Facing the many attacks, Zichen kept dodging. The scabbard in his hand blocked back and forth. As for the broken scabbard in his right hand, he did not make a single slash. Bang! A long black stick pierced through the attacks and hit Zi-Chen's chest. The powerful force made Zi-Chen's body involuntarily retreat. Behind Zi-Chen, a man holding a pickaxe looked at Zi-Chen with a ferocious smile. He looked like he was going to smash Zi-Chen's head with the pickaxe. Zi-Chen, whose body was unsteady, suddenly turned around at this moment. His pair of pitch-black eyes were calm and filled with indifference. The broken scabbard, which had not made a move until now, chopped down at this moment. An extreme slash. Chapter 2478. See. When he saw Zi-Chen's calm expression, the pickaxe-wielding miner had already sensed that something was wrong. However, his attack had already taken shape. It was clearly too late for him to retreat now. Just as Zi-Chen struck, the pickaxe-wielding miner struggled to withdraw his pickaxe-wielding miner's expression. Swoosh! The broken saber swept past the pickaxe-wielding miner and slashed down diagonally. A smooth slope appeared. The saber's momentum did not decrease as it continued to slash downwards, sliding diagonally down the miner's cheek. This attack fell very quickly. As soon as the attack ended, there was the shadow of a staff that struck toward Zi-Chen from the side. It was blocked by the scabbard. Pum! With a loud bang, Zi-Chen took advantage of the momentum to retreat with his scabbard. In the process of retreating, Zi-Chen faced several attacks from both sides. His figure dodged left and right. Zi-Chen would try his best to dodge the attacks of those weapons. It was fine even if he was hit by those staff or pickaxe-wielding weapons. These attacks were not fatal compared to those weapons. In the process of dodging, Zi-Chen no longer struck with the broken saber in his hand. He continued to use the scabbard to block. During this period, Zi-Chen would launch a fierce attack whenever he had the chance. Uft! The broken saber swept past a Saint King's body. As he retreated, black blood began to flow from his wound. The second Saint King was dead. Everyone present knew that Zi-Chen's broken saber was smeared with poison. Everyone was on guard. However, after Zi-Chen attacked, everyone realized that Zi-Chen's attack could not be blocked at all. Uft! The saber flashed again, and the third Saint King died in front of Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen had paid a great price to kill 3 Saint Kings in front of a group of Saint Kings. There were 8 external wounds on his body. There were 2 bloody wounds on his arm that exposed his bone. There was a sword mark on his shoulder and a very long wound on his waist. Blood flowed out from his wounds. Fortunately, these people did not use poison. The poison of the green snake was very strong. Ordinary people would not dare to think about using it. People like Zi-Chen were few and far between. The number of Saint Kings who had died in front of Zi-Chen had already reached 5. The people around him dispersed once again. Zi-Chen's body was already riddled with wounds. His body was practically covered in his own blood. His injuries were already very serious. In the eyes of the crowd, it was almost fatal. However, Zi-Chen did not even frown. It was as if this was not his physical body. His expression was as calm as ever, and the space between his brows was as cold as ever. The hanging scabbard in his left hand had already turned red, and the handle of the broken sword in his right hand was also dyed red with blood. It was very eye-catching and very glaring. That was his own blood, all of it was his own. After coming to this world and becoming immortal, the blood in his body no longer had any special abilities. 5 people had died, but there were still nearly 20 people on the field. These 20 people became more and more vigilant as they stared indifferently at Zi-Chen. Some of them even had blood dripping from their weapons. It was Zi-Chen's blood. Hot-Desh looked at Zi-Chen and said indifferently, "Your resistance is meaningless. Death is only a matter of time." Zi-Chen replied calmly, "Even if I die, I will kill you, you old bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle that had paused for a short while began again. Zi-Chen rushed forward and went straight for Hotesh. The latter had seen Zi-Chen's strength and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he held his long sword horizontally and made a defensive posture. Unexpectedly, Zi-Chen's movement was actually a feint. His body retreated in an instant. The broken sword in his right hand followed his body and drew a semicircle, slashing at a Saint King who was rushing forward. At this moment, there were 2 people in front of this Saint King. One of them held a pickaxe, while the other held a short sword. The 2 of them also attacked Zi-Chen without hesitation. In their opinion, Zi-Chen would definitely dodge such an attack, because if he did not dodge and was hit by the 2, Zi-Chen would probably lose his ability to fight in an instant. However, Zi-Chen really did not dodge. He just kept rushing forward, his eyes fixed on his target. Out of the corner of his eye, he paid attention to the 2 attacks that were about to land on his body. Bang! The pickaxe smashed into Zi-Chen's chest, causing his body to shake violently. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It was unknown how many of his ribs had been broken by this blow. Before the short sword could pierce Zi-Chen's vital parts, Zi-Chen dodged it and grazed a shoulder. Swoosh! Facing the 2 attacks that hit him first, Zi-Chen was expressionless. He swung the broken sword in his hand with all his might. The pickaxe and a Saint King in front of him were separated from the middle. After the attack, Zi-Chen's body spun rapidly again, neutralizing the power of the pickaxe that landed on his body. The broken sword in his hand drew a perfect circle, blocking all the attacks that came from all around. After killing another person, Zi-Chen's body was once again filled with 2 wounds, one internal and one external. This was Zi-Chen's most commonly used fighting method in the outside world, exchanging a life for a life. However, under normal circumstances, he would only use this method when facing a strong opponent one-on-one. Moreover, it had been a long time since someone forced him to use this method of fighting without any regard for his life. A situation like this where he was fighting a group of people by himself had never happened before. If these people were in the outside world, they would all be strong opponents. Zi-Chen needed to deal with them carefully. When the 10th person fell in front of Zi-Chen, his situation could only be described as miserable. The indifferent spectators around them were all moved by this. The old man wanted to go forward and help, but Zi-Chen decisively waved his hand to stop him. From beginning to end, his eyes were still indifferent, and his expression was still calm, even though his injuries seemed to have reached a critical point. This is my choice. I will bear all the consequences. Zi-Chen stopped the old man from speaking, causing the spectators to be moved. With his own strength, he had killed 10 people in a row. If Zi-Chen did not die today, his name would definitely spread throughout the surrounding villages, and no one would dare to provoke him again. However, looking at the situation today, Zi-Chen would definitely die. This was because the enemies were not just these people in the field. In the distance, in the dark, there were also people from the Hort family, as well as others who were eyeing him covetously. They might have been spectators a moment ago, but as Zi-Chen's injuries worsened, they would most likely turn from spectators to bandits. As Zi-Chen's injuries worsened, his enemies would be endless. Moreover, because of the powerful combat strength Zi-Chen had displayed, as well as the words he had said before, even if there were people who felt pity for him, they would not dare to let him go. This was because if they let Zi-Chen go today, once he recovered from his injuries, Zi-Chen would become a disaster for them. If Zi-Chen wanted to escape today, he would have to have an ability recognized by this world. Only an ability could allow Zi-Chen to escape danger. Everyone present knew this problem, but how could an ability be so easily obtained? Everyone knew that Zi-Chen needed an ability to escape danger, but Zi-Chen did not have any extravagant hopes of obtaining an ability. In his mind, he was quickly deducing the previous battle, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. He did not need those powerful abilities that could allow him to fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. He only needed to escape this crisis. In fact, this method was very simple. He only needed a little bit, and Zichen would be able to escape danger. That was speed. As long as his speed had a little bit of a breakthrough, Zichen would be guaranteed to win this battle. Unlike the outside world, all of his senses were suppressed here. His body's reaction speed was also suppressed. When he used the 9 fleeting lightning, it was no longer effective and could not bring him the true limit of speed. Although in the eyes of others his speed was already very fast, Zichen knew very well that this was still far from his limit. As his mind quickly analyzed the previous battle, Zichen came to a conclusion. If his speed could be a little bit faster, just a little bit, then he would be able to escape many fatal attacks. With this little bit of advantage and the sharp broken sword, Zichen would be able to carve out a bloody path. Speed a little bit faster. At this moment, Zichen's mind was filled with a strong desire for speed. This desire was unprecedented. It was the kind of desire that one would have when facing death. Speed. Zichen's heart was filled with a strong desire because those people were getting closer. Given his current body, he simply could not sustain this level of battle. If this continued, he was afraid that after this round of battle, Zichen would die. Therefore, he needed speed. He craved for speed, even if it was just a little bit. In his mind, the 9 fleeting lightning appeared. Then Zichen continuously deduced, allowing him to become faster in this world. Or rather, allowing him to adapt to this world faster. Perhaps it was because of Zichen's potential and his exceptional talent. Perhaps it was because Zichen was a heaven-defying existence. Perhaps it was because of Zichen's excessive desire for speed, causing this desire to become some kind of power that stimulated some kind of change. In the depths of his heart, a faint popping sound could be heard. This was the sound of the seed breaking through the barrier, the sound of the first trace of green. It was the sound of breaking out of a shell, the sound of walking from darkness to light, the sound of breaking through some kind of shackle. After this sound rang out, Zichen found that his body had become lighter, no longer as heavy as before. The original suppression of extreme speed seemed to have loosened a little at this moment. The people around him slowly closed in on Zichen, weapons shining with a cold light. Zichen, who was standing motionless in his original position, suddenly swayed. It seemed that due to his heavy injuries he could no longer stand. The people around him stopped and looked at Zichen indifferently. They saw Zichen's body stagger. He took a few steps forward, then took a few steps back. These few steps did not have the slightest order, looking very strange and out of place. In the eyes of the people, it was more like he was too heavily injured, staggering and about to fall to the ground. However, Zichen did not fall. After staggering a few steps, he stood up again, his expression as calm as before. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that Zichen's eyes were much brighter than before. Kill! Seeing that Zichen did not fall after swaying a few times, Hotdes was a little disappointed. He indifferently shouted, and the people rushed forward together. Chapter 2479. C_T. Zichen's injuries were very serious, and he looked like he could die at any time. However, the people around him did not let their guard down. They charged forward with all their might. Read the full text. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and a sharp blade pierced toward Zichen's face. This attack was decisive and ruthless. Its owner had already left many wounds on Zichen's body. Facing this attack, Zichen did not dodge. His very bright eyes stared at the attack coming toward him. A strong wind blew, and Zichen's hair flew. Seeing that the attack was about to pierce Zichen's face, the owner of the sharp blade grinned. In his opinion, Zichen was already seriously injured and could not dodge. This attack was certain to kill him. However, just as the two sides were a few millimeters apart, Zichen's feet moved, and his body moved with his steps, tilting his head to avoid the attack. The Holy King's attack missed, and his body moved forward due to inertia. Zichen's right hand held the broken saber tightly, and he instantly raised it. Poof! With a soft sound, a head flew up, and blood began to spurt, staining Zichen's body. This was the feeling. Zichen relaxed his mind and felt the changes in his body. A hint of joy appeared on his expressionless face for the first time. His speed was back. Although it was not as terrifying as it was in the outside world, it was much faster than before, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With the speed, Zichen could finally use the method that used very little energy to kill the enemy, and it was very effective. With this speed that was several times faster than theirs, Zichen was in an invincible position. Swoosh! Another attack came from behind Zichen. Zichen did not even turn his head. After repelling the person in front of him with his saber, he moved slightly, brushing past the attack, and arrived in front of the Holy King. The Holy King's face was filled with shock. He clearly did not understand what had just happened. He saw Zichen dodge his attack and stand in front of him. After that, the broken saber that he could not dodge appeared in his line of sight. The broken blade streaked across his eyes, and his vision blurred. After that, he couldn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died, while Zichen was unscathed. His previous heavy injuries seemed to have lightened at this moment because his speed had become faster and his reaction had also become sharper. Normally, he would not be able to dodge an attack, but now he was able to dodge it without expending too much energy. Regarding this situation, the spectators had the most right to speak. Quick update. The website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. The original Zichen was like a fast-moving rock when he was besieged by the crowd. He was calm and decisive, and his attacks were sure to kill, but his reactions were relatively slow. Often he would lose 800 of his own men to destroy 1,000 of his enemies. But at this moment he was like a leaf swaying in the wind, easily changing direction with the rhythm of the wind, dancing with the wind. He shuttled through these attacks, the broken saber in his hand dancing nimbly. One Saint King after another fell, but these Saint Kings were unable to cause any harm to him. This kind of clever change was like using 4 tails to deflect 1,000 caddies. It was very clever and very lethal. And as the battle continued, everyone realized that Zichen's figure was becoming more and more graceful. In the end, no one could even touch the corner of his clothes. This was the current change in Zichen in the eyes of the crowd. But during the battle, those people did not notice it. They only felt that Zichen was becoming more and more difficult to deal with, and his reactions were becoming faster and faster. It was also becoming more and more difficult for them to hit Zichen. Seeing that Zichen, who should have been seriously injured and dead, was still alive and instead killed one Saint King after another, they became more and more shocked. This is Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, who had been watching the battle anxiously, were now looking at Zichen's changes in the field in shock. The blacksmith's expression gradually became serious. At the entrance of the stone house, after seeing this change, the old man's eyes gradually lit up, and his face was filled with disbelief. Is this an ability? He had not seen others use their abilities with his own eyes, so he could not determine whether Zichen's current state could be called an ability. An ability, this is an ability. It must be an ability. A speed ability, otherwise his speed would not be so fast. Oh my God! Could it be that he has awakened an ability? It is said that in this world, when faced with a life and death crisis, there is a certain probability of awakening an ability. But this probability is extremely low. I didn't expect that we would encounter it. This speed is several times faster than before. He is almost invincible. This little guy is really lucky. Seeing the change in the battle, Everyone was almost certain that Zichen had awakened an ability. For a moment, everyone revealed looks of envy. An ability was an extremely rare thing. Once one had an ability, it was equivalent to no longer being immortal, but becoming a cultivator. The appearance of a unique ability indicated a powerful combat strength. Is it lucky to have awakened an ability? I don't think so. Just as everyone's faces were filled with envy, a voice full of ridicule sounded from the side. The man who spoke looked at Zichen, who was wantonly killing as if there was no one around, and said, "It is indeed lucky to have awakened an ability, but this is not absolute." The ability in the early stage is not strong, but in the face of so many enemies, the ability is not invincible. Compared to other abilities, the ability in the early stage of awakening was indeed very weak, and it still needed some time to adapt. If one awakened an ability when there was no one around, it was indeed a blessing. One could calmly feel the changes in the ability, and thus greatly improve one's combat strength. But to awaken an ability in the middle of the battlefield, there's no time to calm down and feel it. Facing the siege of everyone, it was very likely that one would die, not to mention Zichen, who was completely injured at the moment. It was rare to be killed after awakening an ability in the middle of the battlefield, but it was also not uncommon. Puff! With a flash, Zichen's body moved left and right as he moved forward. Attacks brushed past Zichen's body, and none of them could hurt him. As for the broken blade in his hand, he flipped his hand and slashed forward with an indomitable momentum. One after another, Saint Kings fell and blood spurted out. The poison that was smeared on the saber had long been exhausted in the killing, but with his extreme speed and powerful combat strength, Zichen did not need poison at all. At the moment, his body was covered in blood. Some of it was his, but most of it was the blood of others. The 20 or so saint rulers from before were rapidly decreasing in number. Zichen had completely evolved from the passive killing from before to the active killing now. Moreover, with each step forward, he took a life with each slash. His figure became more and more graceful, and his attacks were decisive and elegant. His efficiency in killing the enemies became faster. The serious injuries that he had suffered before were gradually recovering because he was no longer injured. The bleeding wounds from before had all stopped bleeding. Damn it! How could he have awakened an ability? Looking at the others falling one by one, Hodadesko's expression became very unsightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Next to him, looking at Zichen, who seemed to be in an unstoppable state, Hodadesko's face was filled with deep fear. He could not help but recall what Zichen had just said. Because it was his first time here, he needed to kill to establish his dominance and ensure that he would not let anyone off. Those words had sounded somewhat ridiculous, but thinking about it now, Hodadesko felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at Zichen's cold eyes, Hodadesko felt that he could appear in front of him at any moment and slash down with his saber. Although he held his weapon tightly, he was not confident that he could block Zichen's saber. Just as he was feeling terrified and wondering if he should run away at this moment, he saw shadows from the corner of his eyes. It was the people who had been watching earlier. They were walking towards him. Some of these people were from the Hodadesko family, and Hodadesko knew some of them, but he did not know some of them. When they walked forward, their eyes were filled with coldness, and their intentions were very obvious. They did not make a move before because it was not necessary, but at this moment, seeing that Zichen was about to awaken an ability, they had to make a move. An existence that has awakened an ability is very dangerous. Before the opponent's ability stabilizes, it is the only chance to kill the opponent. Once the opponent's ability stabilizes, if you want to kill someone, you need someone with the same ability. After these people appeared, they went straight to Zichen to kill him. Extreme slash. After Zichen unsheathed the broken saber in his hand, he did not put it back. While dodging left and right, the broken saber in his hand continuously slashed, chopped, raised, and cut. Every slash was made with full strength, and every slash was very fast. Every slash was followed by a flash of black light. Pooh! His body only swayed left and right, and he never retreated. He kept moving forward, and wherever he passed, Saint Kings were killed. It was as if he had eyes all over his body, and not a single attack could land on his body. Clearly, he had just awakened an ability and was not used to it, but it still made people helpless. Pooh! 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 The saber flashed, and Saint Kings fell dead one after another. From afar, these people looked like they were voluntarily sending themselves to their deaths. His figure was graceful and elegant, and his attacks were decisive and sharp. Zi-Chin awakened an ability that was speed. In the eyes of the crowd, it would take some time for him to get used to it. But to Zi-Chin, he did not need to get used to it at all. This was because he did not awaken an ability in the true sense of the word. It was not an ability of the physical body, but the extreme speed ability of the 9 lightning flashes. Zi-Chin could not be more familiar with this ability, because he had been using this extreme speed from the beginning. When Zi-Chin used this extreme speed, it was like using his own arms and fingers. He could use it as he pleased, and there was no sense of unfamiliarity. And as the Saint Kings fell dead one after another, and still no one touched the corner of Zi-Chen's clothes, they finally realized this point. They knew in their hearts that even if they sacrificed everyone today, they would not be able to kill him. So they prepared to retreat. Looking at them retreating, Zi-Chin spoke his first words after awakening his ability. I promised all of you that I would not let anyone go. I, Zi-Chin, will never break my promise. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.